admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very in Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning. You've tuned in to the Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. It's a beautiful Wednesday morning and we have enough backed up to keep you going to start your day. Thank you so much for joining us. I am Deborah Eze. And of course, I'm not going to be doing this alone every Wednesdays. You know how we do it here. I'm always here with our very own
Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka Valentine.
In person, always.
It's really good to do this with you every Wednesday.
Always.
I always look forward to Wednesdays. And you know why I look forward to it?
Well, there are a lot of reasons, like we're about to last year.
A lot of reasons, just one reason. I'm looking forward to all of the things you have to say. Am I going to call them proverbs?
Some will say
proverbs,
not others really. Will say, one or two short lines, but more importantly, just call them quotes.
Quotes, one or two quotes from our very own Onyeka Valentine. Right. Anyways, let's keep it rolling. Now let's take a look at the headlines we have packed up for you this morning. And we have logistics, energy costs crippling Nigeria's go local dream. Lagos postpones rehabilitation works on Lekki-Ajah corridor. And PDP, Wike faction expels Makinde, Bala Mohammed, Bode Judge, others. Tinubu to attend G20 meeting in South Africa, AU to EU summit in Angola. Now, these are the headlines that we have for you this morning. Now, the first headlines, logistics, energy costs crippling Nigeria's go local dreams. It's very funny that in Nigeria, we actually preach go local, go local, local. Right. It has to be, production has to be localized. But the little things that can actually help with, this local production to actually work, it's not there. True. Logistics, the cost of diesel, petrol, it's not encouraging for me to say, okay, I want to start my own production company here in Nigeria. By the time you actually look at the cost, you realize that even importing even costs less than you having to produce. What do you think about this?
So again, we cannot divorce the fact that when there is inadequate power supply, businesses will be, on what we call life support. And we all know what life support is. Those watching at home, when anyone's on life support, the person's on more like a 50-50 base. Yeah. There's 50-50 basis for a person to survive. But down to the crux of the matter, if our local content and our local produce cannot meet the mark at a point where it can also create some level of sustainability and feed, I'm talking about agriculture now, and feed the nation, then the operation becomes a problem. I don't think you saw what I did there. Remember back in the days, during Obasanjo's time, his first, when he was the military and leader of Nigeria at the time, there was something they put in place called Operation Feed the Nation. All that was made possible because at that time the power supply was, kind of adequate, not necessarily 100%, but it could meet the demand of those who were into mechanical or mechanized farming, those who needed electricity to do a lot of other, byproducts from cassava, to turn to gari, a whole lot. But now, in our present time, because of the situation surrounding the power sector, there's a big issue that we need to address, which is people who own businesses are finding it difficult to meet up their daily, requirements and be able to even pay their staffs, be able to even stay in business. And this is even the sad part. For them to even sustain alternative power supply, it becomes even more expensive. Why have I drawn these three cardinal areas? One, power supply from the country. Two, the alternative power supply, which is where the fact of the matter has to do with diesel, crude oil, fuel that will help them to run these generators. It is becoming tougher and tougher. So if the one that they rely on from the government is not coming through, the alternative one, right, which is for them to buy fuel and put in their generators, is becoming even far more difficult because the cost of fuel and diesel is getting higher. Then where do they have a meeting point?
Yeah. And
this is even the sad part. Nobody wants to go, no, not nobody, only the few and the really wealthy ones want to go to the angle of solar power. Because we all know solar power, acquiring solar panels, the installation as a whole is very, very high.
This headline is just very simple. It's just like I'm telling you to cook at home. You must cook. You don't have to like waste money to buy food. But then you realize that the money you use to buy gas would even buy you a well-fed meal.
And you
wonder like, okay, why do I have to go through the stress of having to buy the gas and then have to cook the food? That's just the analogy.
That's my point. And
so okay, please go ahead.
Okay, so and that's this great analysis you just gave now is for household.
Yeah.
Can you now imagine
what it means for the food that actually produced in the manufacturing sector?
Exactly.
So it's until all of this infrastructure are put in place. Go local for me is just going to become a dream. It's just going to be a dream rather than being a reality, because if I have to buy the things to aid production and manufacturing and it's 10 times 10 what I'm going to produce to even sell, what's the point?
And speaking about go local, I mean, we just had a conference that we had, go local conference
yesterday,
organized by BusinessDay, and you could hear the concern of stakeholders, those who were there, the speakers, what it is that people who are, entrepreneurs are facing, and those who intend to get into the entrepreneurial, ecosystem also will face, and those who have been able to succeed despite all the challenges and bottlenecks. So it goes to show you that, look, we are in a time where all hands should be on deck, and it's not just we trying to look for content or wag our chins and say things that will make the show or our program look okay as journalists. No, we need to say these things and move words to action, which is why I don't think this is the right time for our president to be traveling from back to back, even though we'll get to that story.
We'll get there.
So that's what it is.
Let's now move on to the next headline. You see that comment. And that is Lagos postpone rehabilitation works on Lekki Ajah corridor. My question is, when they were not sure, why did they actually, come out to say we want to start working on the road? When they were not sure, they knew that there were no alternative routes for people who actually plow through that route to actually get to their destination. So what was the point of having to create that confusion? Because it is confusion. Because I think it was closed for like a day. I think people, citizens experienced it for a day. And people who usually would get to their destination in less than an hour got to their destination 3 hours, 4 hours. The normal time they would actually leave home. So what was the reason?
So it's good that we can mention this, and it only points to one thing. In every situation you have the good and the bad. Democratic dispensation has its givens, which means he has his positivity and everything. He also has his own misgivings too. I tell you for a fact, without us even sending out any reporter out there or going to do an investigative journalism movement, we can tell that these people are playing politics with this thing, right? And that's the one who's talking about democracy. I'm not rooting for military regime. Rather, I might say that police should step in. No, I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that when there is too much bureaucracy around a particular thing, look, people begin to use, situations to play their funny politics. Otherwise, what does it take, right, for any bad spot or a bad road or an artist that is not, that has issues based on accessibility, right? What does it take to get it fixed in record time? It just simply means, look, give the instruction and it's done. But before you give instruction, you first look for who's going to award who I will award the project to. Okay, we award it. Which party is he loyal to? Is he loyal to APC? Is he loyal to PDP? Or
we need to do budgeting.
Do you understand? So at the end of the day, by the time you go back and forth, I'm not also saying that due process is not okay. It's good, but by the time you go back and forth, run around, look, valuable time is lost, and that valuable time cannot be gotten back. I keep telling anyone who wants to listen. If you lose money, you can make money back. If you lose friends, you can get friends back. Even if you lose family members, along the way, other people can end up becoming your family members. But there's one thing you can never get back, which is time.
Yeah.
And that is the crux of the matter. The time they have taken away from commuters, taken away from people, the labor time that they've used to become far more, constructive, far more implementative, far more economical, that will add value to the country and the state, is spent in traffic.
My concern is they've always been working on that road. They've been working on it for the longest. So when would it be completed? I think that should be the concern, and not saying you would close up today and then you are opening up the next day. But anyway, let's shift our focus to PDP, where Wike faction expels Makinde, Bala Mohammed, Bode George, and others. PDP, I'm not surprised. Their internal conflict is weekly, but this has actually taken a more broader step.
Right.
And for me, it's giving premium political drama. And for someone like me that actually loves drama, I love it.
Now you are making like drama now.
No, because drama makes the word go round.
It gives some spice to live in.
Exactly, because life is hard already. So imagine you're in your house one morning and you see that the PDP, some member of the political party in PDP actually hire thugs to beat up people, and then you see grown up men, fighting with thugs. It's drama, and it's really a sight to see. But it's sad when it comes to the political space. But things like this, for one not to get it into their head, you just have to laugh about it.
Right.
Like I said, it's the PDP. But what do you think about it?
I mean, obviously speaking, without even putting water in my mouth, just saying the way it should be. Look, these people we are talking about, they're also human beings too, right? I want to make a case for them. Then later on, say things that will make them think about.
As grown men, you can't sit down and talk about what the issue is.
So this is the thing now about politics. Thank God I'm not a politician. But am I
Are you sure you're not?
But anyways, truth be told, because the way of manner we have all these stories and we hit the nail on the head. One we need to think at home. Are you sure these people are not part of some party?
Speak for yourself.
Well, I'm partyless. I am partyless. So in that particular spirit of being partyless, let me now say it the way it is. Look, PDP, APC, and every other party, there's one thing that rules them. I keep on saying it over and over again. In politics, no permanent friend, no permanent enemy, only permanent interest. I haven't said so. What we saw that day, in fact, yesterday on TV, just goes to show you the rottenness.
Yeah.
It goes to show you the misgiving. It goes to show you the lack of, proper behavioral pattern. Even worse, it goes to show you the kind of people who we entrust leadership with. Unfortunately, this thing is not happening without cameras. Cameras are there.
Everywhere.
And media people, that's us, we're quick to put on social media. Minus the media people, every other person with the phone can simply record and put on social media. And we are only doing one thing which we don't know, which is we are setting the pace and the trajectory for negative narrative being told by the international world. I'm more concerned about the international world because if we don't have international investors coming to Nigeria to come and invest, it's a big problem. How our economy grow? We don't have enough things on ground to be able to cater for every other person such a way that we can be self-sustaining. So we look outwards. But when you look outwards, you want to look outwards, not cap in your hand, but I want to look outwards with respect. But how will they respect us when they keep seeing our political class?
Well,
throwing punches or say our political class pushing each other. But I will tell you one funny thing. It's not unique to only Nigeria. I've seen in the parliament there in UK, in other countries.
Well, you don't see them sending thugs. Did you watch that video?
On the contrary.
You don't see them sending thugs to actually beat each other up.
On the contrary, it was not the same United States that we saw on TV when Trump said that they should defend whatever the capital. And then we saw the amount of people who searched the capital, pushed police people away from the way to gain access.
PDP, it's really enough.
I'm just trying to I'm trying to
it's really, like I said, it's drama.
Right,
and it's really sad that they've subjected themselves to being a laughing stock. It's really sad that it's no more disagreement anymore.
And
They've moved from disagreement to now war, because it's now war.
Yes, and you know the strangest thing?
Yeah.
It is still the same wicked in the middle of all this things.
Of course.
He's not even done with Yerima. So I'm thinking maybe he got too much punches from that end. Realized, man, I lost this battle, man. So shamefully. Let me move to something else. And you know, so it's just from one to another. But however, it is PDP. We saw this coming. If at the end of the day they can prove to be a formidable, opposition party once again, should I now say so be it, or would I say to each his own? Right. Maybe the latter is the word to use.
Let's have the final one, and that's Tinubu to attend G20 meeting in South Africa.
There we go.
AU-EU summit in Angola. I just have a question now. This trip, we've had other G20 meeting that the president has to attend or had to attend, but this G20 summit, it doesn't really change anything. Because when you actually go for a summit like this, it is for you to go bring back what you actually learned and bring it back into your country and something tangible, and just put it into the economy. So what, for me, I don't think all of these trips is necessary, because I don't see the impact as an individual. I don't see it. It doesn't curb our issues, especially that of technology. We are still when it comes to Nigeria, we are still at the base level when it comes to technology. So what is the point?
What's the point? So I'll come from 3 different angles in trying to analyze what is happening here. First and foremost, economically, it will set us back, because money is being spent to send our president there. So I want to approach this thing from 3 angles at the same time, create a flip side, good and bad. So I'll start with the part where I think it's a bit negative. I don't know what's going on. The fact that it's going to be economically, draining, because not only the president will go there, he's going to go there with his entourage. We have to fly our private, the presidential jet over there. A lot of logistics will be spent.
400 and something people will get.
A lot of logistics will be spent, most definitely. So let's leave that one aside. Money that can be used to put into some certain areas, leave it aside. Now let's look at the area where I would say, don't attack the messenger, you can attack the message. Because the message job is to bring the message. So if he's going to come back with a message, he's going to come back with what has been learned, right? We hope it will be deals that have been signed that will make our security, part of the country
Why are
better.
we open?
How far? Hold on. Now, how far can this go? This is the question now. It can only go as far as we understanding that every person that will be met in that place, every other world leader that will be met, right, must see Nigeria not as a begging nation. So this is where we charge our chief marketer of the country, right? Our father of the country, right? The CNC. Say, look, Augusta, when you have meetings with these people, when you're discussing with them, even if it's short, we want to see proper conversation that will lead to the growth of our nation. Not just go there, line up, take pictures, shake hands, and that's it. If it's for a picture alone, oh wow, what an expensive picture it could have been, because the cost of the trip over there is so expensive. So I want to move from the angle of just pictures. And the words of Ruto, right? Ruto, who is the president of Kenya, he said, look, that Africa has to be welcome as an equal on the stage of the world gathering. It is about time. These are his words. It's about time Africa is seen as an equal. If we have to pay money, right, if it's in the UN or EU, whatever it is, right, based on contribution, let us contribute based on the GDP of each country. A country that has, its income or its finance, or however you want to call it, GDP is low, will contribute based on that level. Those who have bigger GDP contribute based on that level. Why is that so? So that when you're going for all this international G20, EU, AU, or whatever you want to call it, UN, then they respect Africa. Give us an opportunity to contribute to those things. It's important. This way, our face is saved. So I want to see that this particular move to those big events, right? We are not seen as a beggarly nation. We are seen as a nation that's going to add value as equals. These are the things that Ruto has been pushing hard for. Unfortunately, most of our African leaders have not said. Why? Because they have their hand deep into debt. And this is where I always say these guys are in cahoots. The World Bank and the, name them all, those who lend money to Africans. They want all these things to happen. They want you to come and loan money from the World Bank. They want to come to, what's the other one here?
Prison Bank.
All those banks, they want to come together so that the more you collect money, what now happens is that at the end of the day, they have a hook on you.
They have a hook on you.
You see now,
End of the day.
and that's the problem now. So when they now go for all these big travels, imagine you're owing China billions of dollars, and you're going to discuss with China. Well, so what we want is this, that. I look at you. When you come to discuss on the same table as equals, calm down. You're owing us money. We will tell you what you want. So you see how bad it is now. These trips that were spending plenty of money. These are monies that were borrowed from the same people. We're now traveling over there to go and have meetings with them. Nigeria.
Let's just hope this will be different. Let's just hope we'll...
And like Patrick Lumumba said, Professor Lumumba said, look, the day Nigeria wakes up, right, Africa will never be the same again.
The day Nigeria wakes up, Africa would never be the same again. We'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, myself and Valentine will be here in time for the newspaper review. Just stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste the money, you waste energy. You tax how you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
And you're welcome back to the newspaper review segment of the Business Day television breakfast show, where we explore top headlines on the front page of our dailies. And I'm still your host, Deborah Eze, and joining me in the studio for more insights this morning is
Onyeka Valentine.
Good to have you as always. So let's go straight into the dailies. Of course, we'll begin with the Business Day newspaper, then move over to the Guardian, and then the Vanguard newspaper, and then end it with the cartoon of the day. And the top story on the Business Day newspaper this morning reads, local affairs jump over 100% on Christmas demand. This is not news. If it doesn't jump, Christmas is all around the corner. All right, we also have after Business Day report, Lagos postponed work on Lekki-Ajah corridor. And that story is on page 30. And we have logistics, energy costs, tolls Nigeria's GD local ambition. And that story is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. We also have retail investors' stock deals nearly double in chase for returns. And that story is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. And also, finally, we have 17 of Nigeria's 23 power plants run below 50% capacity. And that story is on page 31 of the Business Day newspaper. We're going to kick off with the big story on the Business Day, which is local airfares jump over 100% on Christmas demand. Like I said, it's not Christmas around the corner if we don't have airfares, or even down to the bus transportation.
Most definitely.
If we don't have it on the high side, it means Christmas is not, around the corner. But then again, it still does not make sense.
Okay, so
it doesn't make sense.
I like the fact
because
that yes,
I feel like every logistics company, let me put it that way, should be ready for the demand. Because fine, you're saying on a normal day, the people that want to like travel from state to state is not as much as when it's like on Christmas Day. Then why don't you make provision for that day? I think in a same clan, that is how it's going to be, not hiking the price.
So again, I would not say unfortunately, I would say fortunately, we are a people that is put this way. So we are people who are, how will I put it now? We use the power of resilience as a super strength. So having said so, I'm going to approach this now. Truth be told, when you hear that local airfares, right, jump up 100% on Christmas demand, it makes you understand that the idea of Dirty December, right, has its weight. It makes you understand that all those concerts, all those
before Dirty December, because I remember that was sometime in 2015 when we had to travel from Banjul to Nigeria to go to the east. It was the same thing. This has nothing to do with. That's why I'm really, when it comes to things like this, I'm very emotional because I'm always I'm always in the most. So as at 2015, Dirty December was not really a thing. Though it was more of people from the eastern part that really understand that they have to come home every December. That was where it was. Okay, so I don't think it has anything to do with this December.
So but even at that, there's one or two other economic challenges that would make it look like this. Don't forget that most people believe that at that time of the year, around this time of the year, the end of November, December, is the time to cash out. Also, the idea of a 13th month for some people who work, office jobs and government work, whatever it is. Look, give and take. Most people who do businesses, especially those who sell, go into food and every other areas, they know that, look, this is a time when people are going to spend money. But it doesn't add up really. Because if I'm spending a lot of money for something, right, I expect that is more available. But in this case, the reason why these airfares will jump up, more people are coming back home. More people want to move around for last minute shopping, buying, holiday back and forth. So we'll have more people traveling, and this just makes sense. More people traveling and fewer aircraft, fewer availability of tickets.
That's why I said, why can't they, make provisions for this? Because this is ridiculous. Now, it reads that those who managed to secure air tickets were asked to pay between 350,000 naira and 500,000, more than double the traditional airfare. Now, one-way return flights from Lagos to Enugu cost between Enugu here, 350,000 and 400,000, depending on the airline. While in some cases, tickets cost as much as 600,000 naira, depending on the availability of seats. I'm telling you, I'm not going to London. And you're telling me it's Dirty December. What is dirty about this? It's ridiculous.
So actually, it's actually dirty to see that we can be looking at 100%.
This is way dirty. This is way dirty.
But let's be honest in this matter. So it's good at this. We are finding the humor side of it, and not allowing to kind of weigh us down.
Yeah.
But for those who want to travel, right, you have two choices now. If you're looking at almost spending 300,000 for airfare, right, you ask yourself, wait a minute, should I run the risk of going by road?
Why do I have to?
Where we know that you might be subject to, a lot of insecurity, and if you're not careful, right, you'll be cut short.
Why do you have to give me a choice like that?
So now this is the thing now. The thing is, but first and foremost, there is no country that doesn't have they don't have their own, issues based on unique things going on. But for us to now say that it has now jumped to, or rather speculation say that it might jump to 100%, what should you think about should be, wait a minute, should I even want to travel at that point in time? Or do I cut short my traveling? Or do I do it sooner now before we get to December? You must find a way to manage yourself around this situation, because it will not change. Remember I told you, more people are coming home. Nigerians are everywhere around the world. And the only time for them to actually have that sense of family, extended family, is when they come home and they have that, family reunion. And so you have more people coming in. So local flights will be less and less unavailable, even to the point of first week of January. It has always been like that. But in this case, another thing that could make it jump high could be the cost of fuel.
Yeah.
Aviation fuel is also cheap too. Once the cost of producing crude oil, right, is a bit on the high side, it will trickle down to other areas. Of course, cost of diesel, cost of petrol, premium fuel, cost of kerosene, cost of gas. How much is a kg now? So everything will relatively go high. This is the kicker now. If we don't tackle our insecurity on time, and we allow those bandits and terrorists begin to move anywhere closer to the areas where oil is being pumped, oil is being refined, and all those areas, and those areas are affected, then we are in for a far more dark times. However, it's like at the end of the tunnel. What is the light at the end of the tunnel? Is this: we still have time to deal with that issue. Insecurity is one of the major causes that can, bottleneck production of oil, that can trickle down to oil availability or oil scarcity, or petroleum product scarcity, or petroleum product availability, which definitely will affect the cost of local fares. And also let us know, it might look as if it's a bit high now. If insecurity continues, guess what? Nobody wants to travel. People want to stay within the area where they are safe. Do you know right now, those who plan to have traditional weddings are no longer going to their villages now. They are looking for venues in Lagos to do it because of insecurity.
Yeah.
Do you see now? So if that continues, on the flip side, what this means is this. It means that you have less flights even moving, because they now say, I want to have my flights out there where nobody's going to go and book the flights. So they'll grant their planes, because the cost of maintaining those planes is high. You see now? So there are a lot of things going back.
It really needs to be looked into, because if I can use 1.5 million naira to go to the UK, why am I using 600,000 naira to travel?
Another funny thing is
interstate. It's ridiculous.
Yes, if we have more airlines that can service Nigerians, those costs will come.
I think that's the major, from this report, that's the major problem, because I think this should be someone from the aviation side, and she hinted that if more flights are not brought into Nigeria before Christmas, we're still going to face worse than the price that it is now. But let's move on from that.
So before we move on,
which
means I think we should begin to adopt the style of Moses. Start trekking now. So
I think someone mentioned it there that we actually need special vehicle. I think both of you are actually thinking the same thing.
So before January, those who want to go to the UK, if you start moving now, you probably get the Canaan land.
Yeah, very well. All right.
I know Kay is planning on traveling. If he starts trekking now,
no, it can't be my Kay. It cuts me. You have the wrong
by January, you should be in UK. You can
all right. So we have logistics, energy, car stores, Nigeria's Go Local ambition. I know we've touched on this during the headlines. But what really big up to BusinessDay for they come up with conferences like this that actually really touch the core of the economy. Yes. And what stood out for me for this Go Local conference that happened yesterday was the pitch your business, where the winner had to go home with 1 million naira. And you know, the Igbo girl in me, I have so many business plans. I would have just pitched my business and probably walked on with the 1 million naira. So 1 million naira in this economy to actually like pitch your business is a lot. It would go a long way to add to
about $600.
yes, that's actually a good chunk of money.
Or more than that.
Yes, let me not say a lot because of the way the economy is. A good chunk of money, very good chunk of money for you to actually like start something. And a guy actually won it, and it's really a way of encouraging people.
Right.
It really did stand out for me. And also in the article that was published this morning by BusinessDay, Inaji said that there are two kinds of nation. We have Jacob and Esau, two biblical characters. And according to him, Nigeria belongs to the Esau group. You know why? Because we always wait for others to produce and then import. And would you blame them? No, you wouldn't. Because when you have issues of logistics and energy to deal with, of course, you'd have to rely on importation.
Right.
If you don't rely on importation, you are not going to produce anything. You are not going to feed. So we talked about it already. I just wanted to point that out, that you know, BusinessDay is actually really changing lives.
Which is why, if you really mean business,
you have to start your day with BusinessDay. Now, I'm sure the guy that walked away with that 1 million naira is feeling all over the place, because if it were to be me, I don't think I'll be here.
Let's go that get this about not making the 1 million naira less in.
No, for him to be able to pitch his business, I'm sure he's very business oriented.
Okay.
All right, let's move on to the Guardian newspaper. And the big story on the Guardian newspaper reads: fears of one party drift intensify as PDP crisis worsen turns violent. And that story is on page 6. And then we also have Biafra Lobby Network fueling Christian genocide campaign in the US. And that story is on page 3.
Right.
We also have internet users suffer global disruption, prolonged glitches. And that story is on page 4 of the BusinessDay newspaper. And reps probe oil sector, anchor borrowers funds, abandoned properties. And that story is on page 4 of the Guardian newspaper. And at the top of the Guardian newspaper, we have House in rowdy session over INEC's powers to monitor party activities. And that story is on page 3. And UN world leaders demand action on Paris Agreement. And that story is on page 3 also. And we have ASU rejects federal government's proposed salary increment. And that story is on page 7 of the BusinessDay newspaper. And finally, this is actually a sad one. Kebbi school adoption set off military push, political backlash, regional alarms. And that story is on page 6 of the Guardian newspaper. This Kebbi story, it's a very sad one.
It is.
And it's really sad that after 2014, and in less than how many years, we're back again to the adoption of schoolgirls. And then having to deal with the death of a general. Yesterday, I was just saying we're in trouble, because do you know what it means? Do you know the audacity that this set of terrorists would have for them to want to kill a general?
So,
for them to want to go into a school and then kidnap girls.
So, another thing is, it just goes to show you, again, so the military has to make their own statement too.
Yeah.
Right? And before we go ahead to even, dissect the story and talk about it, let's wait until they give a full breakdown of their own version before we now come through first. But having said so, focusing on insecurity as a whole, look, the more we hear, and I'm moving out of that story, and I'm focusing more on the ladies and the girls that got kidnapped. The more we hear kidnapping, it only goes to, to reduce the intensity in which our government is trying so hard to salvage our reputation out there.
Yeah.
Because the international world is saying, look, there is a genocide of Christians going on. We are saying there's no genocide.
Yeah.
And so we are fighting so hard because, believe it or not, our military is working extremely hard around the clock, harder than ever before, to make sure they curtail, get eradicate these bandits and terrorists. We are at war, whether or not we like it. It's just that it hasn't gotten to other parts of the state. But that area where you have Borno and those, terrorists, that whole area towards the north, look, it's a big issue. People are dying every day. We understand it. But our military personnel are working hard. They are paying the ultimate price, right? To make sure that we curtail and we deal and we eradicate these bandits. However, there are some unscrupulous elements who are aiding these people. And with time, like we always say, time will always tell. It's not an easy fight, right? It started by being a rat, now it's not a Godzilla, truth be told. And so they are busy acting as if they are, they are more superior. But I tell you for a fact, they can never be more superior than the Nigerian army. Those terrorists and bandits can never be more
That's
superior.
what I'm trying to...
So this is the thing.
Okay.
Now. The thing is, you see, it was an ambush, not an open confrontation. Again, as I said, let's wait until we hear from the...
Did you watch the video?
Let's
You're waiting to hear.
Yes.
Did you see? Did you? I know you're very big on the military, but did you watch the video that was circulating that the terrorists themselves, after committing that barbaric act, did you watch the video that they sent out? Because there were actually assumptions about, no, he's not dead, he's dead, we rescued him. Before that video was sent out late night day for yesterday. Did you watch that? Which is why I've said, I don't think any amount of what you call it, of whatever it is they want to say would do justice to this. Wait. Do you know what it means? I don't know if you know the audacity. Ordinarily as a military personnel, your uniform sparks fear. I don't know for any other person, but for me, when I see it, it's more fear and respect. When I see that, it should be more respect. Yeah, no, it's fear, because fear of, behave yourself, and then the respect. Well, so for them to be able to perpetrate that barbaric act, it means that we are not safe. Okay, so it's good enough that we can talk about this thing, because I tell you for a fact, again, there's no sacred cow when it comes to fighting terrorism, right? Yeah. You might be fighting and defeating them. They might have other silent plans on the end and come in the middle of the night and carry out a lot of havoc. But I tell you for a fact, give and take, if given the opportunity, right, I believe that those who are responsible for supporting, at the same time empowering and bankrolling these terrorists, if our military is given 100% free hand to work, they will get people down. Right, unfortunately, politicians are playing their own politics. I'm not a fan of propaganda, but I have to agree with you. So let's move on to the Vanguard. All right, go ahead. The Vanguard newspaper. All right, to Vanguard. So over here it says, so very top, it says Nigeria, 19 countries are, I'll put it this way, 19 countries at high risk of debt distress, says IMF. Of course, I'm not surprised. IMF always throws out narratives that will make the world think that Africa, needs their money. Most definitely. And unfortunately, some leaders play into that narrative. So it says Nigeria and 19 other countries at high risk of debt distress. It says there over there. It says Afe Babalola to NUC, clamp down on illegal varsities now. You can see that one on page 10 of the Vanguard. Then over here to the very top middle, it says Beavers ended voter impersonation, but network gaps persist. It says Beavers ended voters impersonation, but network gaps persist. You can find that one in the Vanguard newspaper, page 9, and that's by INEC chairman. Also, the same page 9, you can see, it says here, can insist there's Christian genocide in Nigeria. Again, can insist that there's Christian genocide in Nigeria. Page 9 does justice to that. You can go pick up a copy of the Vanguard. Then the major writer here says, Wike governors clash as police fire tear gas. Already, we took this story already in one of our other papers. You can see that on page 8. Wike governors clash as police fire tear gas. Page 8 does more to that. And by the way, that's on PDP
leadership tussle.
Yeah.
Okay. Down here it says Shetima heads to KB as Tinubu vows rescue of kidnapped students. Shetima heads to KB as Tinubu vows rescue of kidnapped students. You can see that one in page 5. At the middle here, you can see the picture of Governor of Lagos State. You see him right there. Sanwo-Olu. You also see other dignitaries beside him.
Yeah.
Then below, it says, condemn killings of General Uba. How many husbands was killed by bandits? Vice Principal's wife.
I think I don't want us to actually rely on such stories.
Then below here, it says, Rep 6 seek to lower eligibility age for governors, senators to 30. You see that one on page 8. Then Nigeria's external reserve rises to $46 billion, highest in 7 years. Nigeria's external reserve rises to $46 billion, highest in 7 years. My question is, we bank this money in other countries. They use that money to run their trade to make their country better, which is why we need to get to a point where...
You see, this thing that you said just made me remember something. Sorry to cut you.
Right.
You know, a friend of mine was trying to talk about an interest on money, and then we're like, oh, the interest is small. That's my partner. The interest is small. Why would they be, after they're using our money to... You just reminded me of that. After using our money, then we know they use our money, so why then is the interest small?
Exactly.
Anyways.
It's a tough thing to swallow, but we have to swallow it. Then to the page 29 here says, AFCON, till drafts 3 new players to Super Eagles.
Right, we're running out of time. I think that some of the stories on the Vanguard is actually, the same with other dailies. Let's now wrap this up with the cartoon of the day. Let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day today. This is a dead pit.
Wow.
This is the definition of who dig these pits.
I mean, if you look at it, it's very clear. Because of
very clear.
We'll probably just allow our viewers to draw the
I've said already. You see that, so who dig this pit must fall inside. So the car is green. So you choose the rest for yourself.
But there's something we're not seeing.
Okay, what are we not seeing now?
The fact that there is headlamp and the headlights are on, which means there's light at the end of the tunnel.
You know what I said? I said, who dig this pit? What?
All right.
Thank you so much.
Asiko did a great job.
Of course, it's always doing a good job. Thank you so much for joining us in the studio this morning. This is all we can take on the newspaper review segment. You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show. And coming up next is Business Morning. Just stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Once we made the world's red gold palm oil that built nations. We wove ashoke that told our stories. We crafted leather that walked across continents. Today, we are doing it again. But this time, we own the narrative, powered by makers, artisans, designers, chefs, and dreamers who believe local is the new global. Business Day's Go Local Summit 2025 brings them all together. Go local, from raw potential to market power. For exhibitions, sponsorship, or partnerships, call Rachel on 0806 420 3499 or send a mail to rachel.edache@businessdayonline.com.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
From clean power to digital innovation, Schneider has continued to power the growth of Nigeria's electricity and energy sector with some of the best and forward-thinking solutions across the continent. And today, Schneider is celebrating 25 years of impact here in Nigeria. And today, it's all about innovation, it's all about automation, and it's all about sustainability. Join me as I walk you through the conversations we'll be having right here today. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and this is where innovation happens.
I just heard here that we are deploying 100 megawatts solar across different states. And I think that conversation should be had basically with the discourse if we are going to make such investments viable. So I think that brings before the fact that more needs to be done in terms of collaboration.
At the heart of this year's event is a powerful theme: competitive advantage through automation and sustainability. For Schneider Electric, it's not just a slogan, it's a reflection of how the company has evolved over 25 years in Nigeria, helping industries improve efficiency and build smarter, more resilient systems.
In terms of automation and sustainability, these are probably two of the most important topics for businesses, not just in Nigeria, not just across Africa, but globally, right? We had seen the increased use of automation right from what we call Industry 3.0, and this started happening around the 80s with a lot more automation. And the idea behind the use of automation is, first of all, to drive efficiency, drive reliability and accuracy in business operations, and ultimately to produce, for people to produce more, and to also do that at a lower cost. So automation was meant to drive efficiency, increase production, and also lower costs. But the second topic, which is sustainability, is something that has now become very important, maybe in the last 20, 30 years, particularly, right? Organizations and industries are now very, very conscious of how their activities impact the environment, right? So a lot of the global organizations have committed to net zero, net zero goals, and we are talking to them and helping them achieve these goals. Some of the sectors that we cover, and most of the sectors actually have some kind of environmental impact. And what we are then doing and working with this sector is to ensure that we're supplying products that are environmentally friendly.
We have been exceptional.
We've heard about the new act, you've heard about the mini good regulation. There are a number of regulations that support private sector investment and participation in the decentralized renewable energy space or interconnected mini grid space. Furthermore, with projects like the Nigeria Electrification Program and the DARES program funded by the World Bank and the African Development Bank, this is not free money. These are loan facilities provided by the World Bank and the African Development Bank, which we will have to pay back. That is, a significant step in the right direction in terms of understanding the need to provide incentives or grants to support private sector companies in coming in and deploying these solutions that are required to bridge the energy access gap.
I think for me, it shows success and it shows that things can actually get done in Nigeria. For a business, a global international business, to be in Nigeria for that long, that shows that something is going right in our country. A lot of companies struggle with making that investment decision as to whether to invest in Nigeria or not. But if a company like Schneider Electric can do business in this country with all of the challenges that it faces and still be successful, I think that speaks a lot to the type of market and economy that we have in our country.
The event also highlights the growing role of public-private partnerships in driving innovation, ensuring that policy aligns with technology and investment to deliver tangible results.
What we reward is what we get. I think there needs to be a lot of more focus on our universities such that we're able to support research and development, such that these technologies are built in country. That's one way we can reduce our exposure to the necessity, you understand, of external financing, because we have the market, we have the intellect, we have the resources, and I think we can make it happen.
You see, that's part of what I mentioned during the panel session, that one of the things we are missing out is the partnership between industry and our academia. I think we need to do a lot more in promoting real research that results in innovative products that can be taken to the market. So you need the enabling environment, but you need industry to work with academia, because every technology that is used probably starts from the academia and then it gets industrialized in terms of its utilization. So I think that's a bit where I think more can be done, such that we can have homegrown technology in the country. Yeah.
The policies government put in place to unlock gas is very important. It will help that reliability and sustainability. The second thing is about policy around the energy transition itself. We need to be
very careful in the way we set up that policy, such that it will not stifle industry, it will encourage people to come in and invest. And the last thing for me is around security. Security is a very big issue for us in the oil and gas industry. Government is to find a way to sort out the security. Schneider has been a very sustainable company. And today,
You are watching Business Day Television.
Segment on the Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. And we are live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and economy. I am Deborah Eze, and it's great to have you with us. Now let's begin with the top news stories making the rounds in the world of business. Nigeria's goal of achieving the Go Local, prioritizing locally made products dream is being crippled by an array of challenges, including logistics and skyrocketing energy costs. This was reviewed at the gathering of manufacturers in Lagos on Tuesday at Business Day's Go Local Summit, themed Go Local, from raw material to market power. The manufacturers decried the impact of bottlenecks that are stifling market access, lamenting unnecessary custom levies, insufficient government support, and rising energy costs incurred in production. Founder of Detail Africa Group, Serome Ikogo, says that while it is the dream of every manufacturer to upscale, market access to raw materials as well as transportation to consumers has been a huge challenge in achieving the Go Local dream. And moving on, the Lagos state government has postponed the planned 8th-month rehabilitation work of the Lekki-Ajah corridor, earlier scheduled to commence on Saturday, November 15th, 2025, and conclude on Wednesday, July 15th, 2026. The decision comes days after a Business Day report highlighted how the rehabilitation could unsettle Dirty December, a festive period in Lagos characterized by non-stop celebrations, social gatherings, and entertainment. In a statement signed by Oluwaseun Osiyemi, Commissioner for Transportation, the state government revealed a new commencement date will be communicated in due course. Osiyemi added that the state government appreciates the understanding and patience of all road users as it remains committed to improving road infrastructure and ensuring safer and more efficient transportation for all. And still on, the Nyesom Wike-led group of People's Democratic Party on Tuesday announced that its National Executive Committee has ratified the expulsion of Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State, Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State, and Dauda Lawal of Zamfara State. The group say it has also expelled Adolphus Wabara, the Board of Trustees chairman, Tanimu Turaki, who was last weekend elected the new national chairman of the party, and Taufik Arakwaja, who was also elected as the new national secretary, amongst others, for anti-party activities. The national secretary, Senator Samuel Anyao, said the decision was reached at the NEC on Tuesday, announcing that the NEC also ratified the dissolution of the State Executive Council of Bauchi, Oyo, Zamfara, Yobe, Lagos, Edo, and Ekiti State. The decision follows last Saturday's contentious PDP National Convention in Ibadan, Oyo State, which led to the expulsion of Nyesom Wike and his supporters from the party. And to end the news, President Bola Tinubu will today embark on a two-nation visit to Johannesburg, South Africa, and Luanda, Angola. According to reports, the G20 meeting will be held at the Johannesburg Expo Center from Saturday, November 22nd to Sunday, November 23rd, followed by the AU-EU Summit in Luanda from November 24th to 25th. Invited by South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa, chairperson for this year's G20, Tinubu will join leaders under the theme Solidarity, Equality, Sustainability, the first G20 hosted on African soil. The presidency says the Nigerian leader will also hold bilateral meetings on the margins of the G20 in furtherance of the renewed hope agenda and to discuss regional peace, security, and development. The summit will consider inclusive and sustainable growth, debt and development finance, disaster risk reduction, climate action, and just energy transition, food systems, critical minerals, decent work, and artificial intelligence. And still to come after the break, Nigeria's SME journey in intra-African trade. Do stay with us. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insight, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Attention business leaders, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
And ambitious generation that's redefining what innovation looks like on the continent. From fintech to AI, health tech to edtech, African talents are solving local problems with global relevance. Yet, while the continent's potential is immense, challenges such as limited access to training, mentorship, and funding still stand in the way of scaling this talent pool to meet global standards. The question is, how can Africa harness and empower its growing base of tech talent to make a truly global impact? This morning on Business Morning, we will explore the strategies, opportunities, and partnerships needed to nurture Africa's next generation of innovators and position the continent as a leading player in the global digital economy. And joining us to discuss tech talent global impact, empowering Africa's next generation of innovators, is Alabi Bankole Michael. He's a technical skill development advocate. Good morning, Michael. It's good to have you on the show.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
All right. So let's start with the big picture. How are you going to assess Africa's progress in developing tech talent that can compete on the global range?
All right. Thank you very much. I happen to be an auto electrical engineer for years, and that's not what I actually studied in school. So I studied mathematics, as education science in school. So going by the way, I discovered that with my journey to and fro in life, I discovered that anytime I have to board the commercial vehicle, I noticed that there are some breakdown vehicle on the road. That has become a source of concern for me, that thinking to, have a way of solving people's problem. I was so curious about how can people be traveling and you see vehicle breaking down on the road. I asked, what is the problem? So when I discovered it was a minor thing, so that led me to go and acquire skills on on electrical, and I have to do with electrical because majority of those cars I was interviewed then happened to have electrical challenge. So I think with my own experience so far, that what the African need to do is that we need to encourage more young people bringing in their skills to put it to work, because it's not everybody that we actually work, how would I call it now, that will engage in a white collar job. But from the cradles, like from the tender age, you discover what they are doing, like what they are best at. So I think if there is a place like a training center where people can gather, bringing their skills, what they have known so far, not necessarily that they should be in the four corners of the school setting for them to. So I think if government should do that, and then if there is a, if the government should have a place like where people can train like a training center, where people can really, where people can really discover their skills, not go to school from morning to night and all that. And at the end of the day, you don't have anything to write home about.
All right, so can you give us some of the areas of technology that you see Nigerian youth progressing in?
Okay. Moving forward, I think in the olden days, where I find myself, we have a modern cars now. But in the olden days, those technicians then, the rewire, a mechanic over time, they don't have a diagnosis tools. But now, so you don't need to rack your brain before you carry out diagnosis. If anything is wrong with the car, what you need to do is just get yourself a scanning machine. There are many tools, there are many diagnosis machines which you can make use of. Just it will tell you where the problem is without wasting of a time. You just go there and fix it. I think that has been a great improvement in that aspect compared to the years before, where people have to begin to rack their brain on what to do and how to render solution with whatever problem they have been confronted with.
All right, so like you mentioned that it's now progressive, but we can still see gaps in access to these trainings. So what do you think the government can actually do to make technical education more inclusive and practical?
Okay, I think number one thing that government needed to do is that to create the training centers where the young people can be trained and equipped and empowered at the same time. There is a difference between you being trained and have where to carry out the practical. Because what is happening in the tertiary institution, they were only trained. Well, the theory aspect, but the practical aspect is not there. But if government should create the training center well equipped with a sophisticated machine where people can be exposed, okay, this is how this work, and that will really help the young one of Nigeria today to do more. And then if government can create a channel where what they have acquired so far, where they can put it to practice, whether they have truly learned what they claim to have learned and all that.
Okay, so how can we ensure that these local talents are adequately supported, apart from putting up training centers for them? What can be done so that they can be really supported, so that they can scale up rather than just migrating abroad?
Honestly, it has become a source of concern for me when you see people that are well trained. It's happening now on a day. Let me take, for example, Lagos State, for example. You see that where you see people working, people that have had years of experience, and government will just come all of the sudden, they will dismiss them. That is a government landed property that they want to use it. By so doing, so the young people will no longer show interest, because at the end of the day, they will like, after all this thing, the government can just come from one money. And I think what government should do is to be intentional about the growth of the young one by giving them adequate support that they need in terms of the tools. Because nowadays you can hardly do things without the help of using of a machine. And as a government, looking at the majority of people traveling abroad, because they know that the life over there is more conducive. Is more, they appreciate handwork there, the skills. Because what is happening over there is as a result of what they have acquired, the skills. So if government can do that, support the vision of the young one who are so talented in this case, be it in any field, and that will help the young one to see reason why they need to venture into that, why they need to bring their skill to use, and why they need to carry out their giving talent and to impart the society they find themselves, and that will bring about productivity to the nation as well.
So people say collaboration is key. The government, of course, cannot do everything on their own. So what do you think the private sector can actually do to build this strong digital infrastructure?
I think what private sector needed to do also is to be intentional also, as I've said. By helping the young one, by helping people, because either they like it or not, if you still come back on them. Because a society that is well equipped with talented people, and it's a private sector, will be an added advantage onto you. Also, so if private sector also can be intentional in raising the young people, like you have said, that government cannot do everything. As a private sector, look at the area where there is deficiency, where you can help young ones to bring out their talents and all that. So if you as a private sector, if you support the how will I call it now? If you support the young one, the people around, people who are so much interested, in doing things with their own hand, I think that will make an environment a conducive place for people to live in. I think that's what the private sector also needed to do. Aside from a government this thing, the private should be ready to collaborate with government, what government are doing, and giving their own support as well.
So what is your outlook for the Africa technology future and space?
My outlook for let's say in 10 years to come, what I'm actually looking for is that Nigeria also, Africa in general, will also be a place where people will love to relocate to. Because of, I believe that in 10 years or 20 years to this time, there will be increments in the growth when it comes to technical skills and all that, and where people will love to want to go to Africa to actually look at what is going on there, because of the innovation that is taking place, and then because we are the shape that the African is now picturing to the other nation or neighboring nations.
All right. So for young Africans that are aspiring to build global tech, global technology solutions, what advice do you have for them?
What advice I have for them is just simple. You cannot teach what you don't know.
Yeah.
First thing is to go to a place of training. Get yourself acquainted, familiar with the necessary thing that you need to know before you start training people. Because what I discovered these days is that people were not ready to learn. They are not ready to learn, and they want to start teaching people and all that. So they are, to minimize the errors in the society. I think for you that you want to become an innovator and a technician, you need to get yourself acquainted with some terms, with some equipment, with some training that is as regards what you want to do, so that you will be able to do. And you have to extend this not with your geographical region. Learn from people that are doing well in their skill. Have someone that you are following, someone that is doing well in that area that you too want to venture into, so that will help you also. You did thinking of an high, just that you are just at the top of your career.
All right. Finally, how do you think this is going to impact the economy, business-wise?
Okay. Let me just cast our mind back to the olden days farming. Then when people have to use cutlasses and all these things to farm. But now we can see the rate of food production now. If you are, rate of food production by using of mechanized farming. So it speed up, it reduces the human energy when you have to go morning and night. So in the same way, if technology is being enhanced, if technology is all over the world, if you just look at China, for example, now, what is making China to be at top of is the technology. Do you understand that? The skills that they have, they do this and all that. So if as a nation, as an African, so if we can also be more intentional about it, there will be less how would I call it now, unemployment, because everyone will be engaged with one thing or the other. So if you upscale the skill that people have, so people will be less dependent, and the nation also, the rate of corruption, the rate of how would I call it now, thug and all that, it should be reduced. Even with the African, we have the desire peace that they are longing for. All this one, because no one will be idle. Or no one will be hiding. And as they are doing that, as they are paying their tax, the nation will continue to move. How will I call it? We will need to move forward. Progress.
All right. Thank you so much, Alabi Bankole, Michael. It's good to have you on the Business Morning Show. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good to have you here also.
All right. Still to come after the break, Nigeria's SME journey in intra-Africa trade. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria, Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Right, welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Now let's move on to the second conversation for today. Nigeria's small and medium enterprises, SMEs, remain the backbone of the nation's economy, driving innovation, employment, and productivity. But as the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, gains traction, a new frontier is opening up, intra-African trade. Across the continent, countries are looking inward to strengthen regional trade, reduce dependency on external markets, and promote African-made goods and services. For Nigerian SMEs, this presents a golden opportunity, but also unique challenges ranging from logistics and financing to compliance and competitiveness. So, how far have Nigerian SMEs come in tapping into the continental market? What barriers still exist? And how can policy and innovation support their growth beyond borders? And joining us this morning to discuss this is Nigeria's SME journey in intra-African trade is Musa Sunusi Ahmed. He's a principal trade media company. Good morning, Musa. It's good to have you on the show. Musa, if you can hear us, please, good morning. I think we lost Musa right there. Hopefully we bring you up to speed on this conversation on Nigeria's SME journey in intra-African trade once we are able to connect back with Musa. But this isn't much we have for you on Business Morning this morning. Up next is the big story. Do stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
From clean power to digital innovation, Schneider has continued to power the growth of Nigeria's electricity and energy sector with some of the best and forward-thinking solutions across the continent. And today, Schneider is celebrating 25 years of impact here in Nigeria. And today, it's all about innovation, it's all about automation, and it's all about sustainability. Join me as I walk you through the conversations we'll be having right here today. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and this is where innovation happens.
I just heard here that we are deploying 100 megawatts solar across different states. And I think that conversation should be had basically with the discourse if we are going to make such investments viable. So I think that brings before the fact that more needs to be done in terms of collaboration.
At the heart of this year's event is a powerful theme: competitive advantage through automation and sustainability. For Schneider Electric, it's not just a slogan, it's a reflection of how the company has evolved over 25 years in Nigeria, helping industries improve efficiency and build smarter, more resilient systems.
In terms of automation and sustainability, these are probably two of the most important topics for businesses, not just in Nigeria, not just across Africa, but globally, right? We had seen the increased use of automation right from what we call Industry 3.0, and they started happening around the 80s with a lot more automation. And the idea behind the use of automation is, first of all, to drive efficiency, to drive reliability and accuracy in business operations, and ultimately to produce, for people to produce more, and to also do that at a lower cost. So automation was meant to drive efficiency, increase production, and also lower costs. But the second topic, which is sustainability, is something that has now become very important, maybe in the last 20, 30 years, particularly, right? Organizations and industries are now very, very conscious of how their activities impact the environment, right? So a lot of the global organizations have committed to net zero, net zero goals, and we are talking to them and helping them achieve these goals. Some of the sectors that we cover, and most of the sectors actually have some kind of environmental impact. And what we are then doing and working with this sector is to ensure that we're supplying products that are environmentally friendly, products that are not contributing any parts, that do not have any negative impact to the environment, even in the process of production, right? And when you look at Schneider Electric, we've been named the most sustainable company in the whole world for the past 2 years by Time Magazine. So it's not something that we preach, it is something that we practice. And that is why our customers, our partners trust us. And that's why they continue to rely on us for sustainable solutions. So for us, automation and sustainability are key topics that are pertinent to our customers today, that are important to industries today, and will continue to remain relevant.
From manufacturing to energy, experts here agree that digital transformation is no longer a distant dream, it's a daily necessity. And as industries automate, the conversation around sustainability is taking center stage.
What stands out most for us is our ability to create an ecosystem of partners in the region, in Nigeria, to drive access to energy, to drive electrification, and to drive technology into homes, buildings, data centers, infrastructure, and industries. The biggest ambition of bringing access to energy to everyone, the innovation landscape in Nigeria, the vibrant community, and the strive towards technology, innovation, and electrification has kept us in a solid development mode. The level of partnership we have created in the country and the growth that we have seen in the country have been exceptional.
We've heard about the new act, you've heard about the mini good regulation. There are a number of regulations that support private sector investment and participation in the decentralized renewable energy space or interconnected mini grid space. Furthermore, with projects like the Nigeria Electrification Program and the DARES program funded by the World Bank and the African Development Bank, this is not free money. This is These are loan facilities provided by the World Bank and the African Development Bank, which we will have to pay back. That is, a significant step in the right direction in terms of understanding the need to provide incentives or grants to support private sector companies in coming in and deploying these solutions that are required to bridge the energy access gap.
I think for me, it shows success and it shows that things can actually get done in Nigeria. For a business, a global international business, to be in Nigeria for that long, that shows that something is going right in our country. A lot of companies struggle with making that investment decision as to whether to invest in Nigeria or not. But if a company like Schneider Electric can do business in this country with all of the challenges that it faces and still be successful, I think that speaks a lot to the type of market and economy that we have in our country.
The event also highlights the growing role of public-private partnerships in driving innovation, ensuring that policy aligns with technology and investment to deliver tangible results.
What we reward is what we get. I think there needs to be a lot of more focus on our universities such that we're able to support research and development, such that these technologies are built in country. That's one way we can reduce our exposure to the necessity, you understand, of external financing, because we have the market, we have the intellect, we have the resources, and I think we can make it happen. You see, that's part of what I mentioned during the panel session, that one of the things we are missing out is the partnership between industry and our academia. I think we need to do a lot more in promoting real research that results in innovative products that can be taken to the market. So you need the enabling environment, but you need industry to work with academia, because every technology that is used probably starts from the academia and then it gets industrialized in terms of its utilization. So I think that's a bit where I think more can be done, such that we can have homegrown technology in the country. Yeah.
The policies government put in place to unlock gas is very important. It will help that reliability and sustainability. The second thing is about policy around the energy transition itself. We need to be very careful in the way we set up that policy, such that it will not stifle industry, it will encourage people to come in and invest. And the last thing for me is around security. Security is a very big issue for us in the oil and gas industry. Government is to find a way to sort out the security.
Schneider has been a very sustainable company, and today means a lot, given the fact that they are also celebrating their 25th anniversary. Schneider has been a partner with NLNG even before they came into Nigeria. So our first trains came into operation in 1999, and we've been partnering with Schneider on automation as we were designing those trains. So today for me is really a victory for not just Schneider but for Nigeria as a country, and for all the companies that are partnering with Schneider in Nigeria. Is victory for us today. And I do know that Schneider is going to do more going into the future.
25 years on, Schneider's story in Nigeria is one of consistency, collaboration, and commitment to innovation. As the company looks to the next 25 years, the hope is that automation and sustainability won't just be buzzwords, but the building blocks of a stronger, smarter Nigeria. It's been 25 years of innovation, of automation and sustainability here at Schneider Electric, and it was lovely to capture some of the voices and some of the people who have been a part of this story for 25 years. My name is Elizabeth Musa, reporting for Business Day Television.
Meet Monaco, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress. No delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You are watching Business Day Television.
You're welcome to The Big Story. My name is Deborah Eze. Nigeria's small and medium enterprises are some of the most creative, resilient, and resourceful in the world. Our fashion, music, technology, and innovations are celebrated globally. Yet back home, many of these businesses operate far below their true capacity. Factories run at 30%, local producers struggle to compete with cheaper import, and supermarket shelves are stocked with foreign alternatives, while homegrown brands fight for visibility. The big question is, why are Nigerian SMEs still stuck at a fraction of their potential? And what will it take to unlock full productivity? Today on Business or Big Story, we are joined by someone who has spent years helping entrepreneurs build systems, structure, and sustainability. Adiola Olanio, founder and business system architect at adeolanio.co. Adiola, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, let's start with the big picture. From your experience working with SMEs across Nigeria, why do so many businesses operate below capacity despite having strong talent and creativity?
Okay, thank you for that question. So most Nigerian SMEs are not just short on talent. What they basically lack is structure. And people are doing good work, that's just the truth, but the businesses don't have clear processes or predictable systems or the right tools to support the talent. So everybody is working hard, but the business isn't working smart. So the solution is basically to start with simple systems. Write down how you produce. No matter how small your business is, you need to write it down, document, write down how you produce, how you sell, how
Jola, do we have you? I think we lost that for a bit. We'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, we'll see if we can still connect with Adiola. Just stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome back. This is still the big story, and we still have Adiola at the other end of the line. Before we went on that break, she was trying to explain to us why many businesses actually operate on low capacity despite having strong creativity and talent. Adiola, please take it away.
All right. I was basically saying that businesses are not short on talent, and what they lack is structure, and it's because they don't have clear processes or predictable systems or even the right tools. And people are actually working hard, people are doing good work. And what it basically entails is you need to, no matter how small your business is, you need to document. You need to write down how you produce, how you sell, how you deliver your products. You also need to use basic tools. There are basic tools for things like inventory, for how you interact with you. You need those basic tools, just you, or you are just two on your team. Once people know that this is how you do things, or this is what you do, and this is how you do it, your capacity would rise immediately.
Talk about the market access problem. What does that actually mean for the everyday entrepreneurs trying to grow their business?
Okay, so for me, the market access simply means I have a good product, but not enough people can find it, or not enough people can trust the product. The people that found it, not enough people trust the product, or not enough people are buying it easily. So market access is basically a visibility issue, a distribution issue, or even a trust issue, and sometimes an affordability issue all combined together. But before all of this, I would always say that you need to have a good product, because there are also some people that seem to, or some businesses that seem to have like the market visibility, but then they don't have a good product. And as time goes on, their market visibility majorly becomes an issue for them because they have a lot of issues that they can't handle. So the first things first is to make sure you have a good product. It's called a minimum viable product. It should, if you promise ABC, make sure your product is giving us ABC, not that your product is giving us B and they're not giving us C. And then you need to also make sure that you get on marketplaces. You can get market visibility by getting on marketplaces where your customers already shop. So it means you need to do your research. You need to find out, where do my customers shop? What are the kind of products, or what are the kind of solutions that my customers or my clients need? Then you can also partner with probably other businesses that help fulfill the service or product that you are rendering. So if you need to partner with a delivery company, partner with riders. It also helps in attaining market visibility, then you also need to build trust with your consistency. You need to have consistent packaging. Your customer experience should be consistent. You need to build trust with being consistent. That's also another way to gain market visibility. And visibility is basically showing up consistently. You can also use social media for that, and it's not just for selling, but for storytelling. Tell us how you produced whatever you're selling, or how how your day goes, and all of that. Visibility and trust, it increases access, and before you know it, with consistency, your business is out there and everybody knows about it.
All right. Many SMEs, they complain about struggling to compete with imported goods. I mentioned that in my intro. So what structural or systemic gaps makes local products less competitive?
Okay, so imported goods often win, and this is because they come from countries where there's cheaper energy. They have better infrastructure, they have better government policies, they have a smoother supply chain, they have access to raw materials and all that. And in this part of the world, in Nigeria, local businesses, face high production costs. Like, that is one of the things that, kills businesses. And then you have things like inconsistent power, you have logistics stress, and so many other things, right? And I would say the solution to this is to start with local. Fine, these challenges are there, right? And I don't think it's for us to actually compete with imported goods. It's basically for us to make what is ours better. So you can do that as a business by starting with local raw materials, where it is possible to reduce costs, right? Local raw materials does not necessarily mean low quality. It doesn't even mean that at all. It just means that you have access, the raw materials are accessible to you. Then you can also share resources with other SMEs too. I mentioned earlier about collaborating. You collaborate with other SMEs. Collaboration right now is like the way to go. So businesses that maybe are in your supply chain, partner with them, share resources. You can have things like bulk buying, you can, share workspaces, you can share logistics, and so on and so forth. And then you should also invest in equipment. You can also invest in equipment that reduces waste and speeds up your work. And for you to even also know what reduces waste and speeds up your work, you need to first of all document, which is what I mentioned earlier. Document, so okay, these are the things that I need to do that can speed up my process and reduce waste. So these small things, or these small operational shifts, are things that can reduce costs and improve competitiveness, despite the fact that you have imported goods that are so-called better. Yeah.
All right. Technology has become a key part of business growth. What kind of tech solutions or digital infrastructure do Nigerian SMEs need to scale effectively?
Okay, so for technology, I always say something, that technology is fine. Technology is the in thing. Technology is what is obtainable right now. But the truth about technology is only as smart as the prompter or the person that is using the technology. So before you have a technology solution, you need to make sure again, or first of all, that your processes, your systems on the manual level are running optimally, first of all, because it is what you put into the technology that you're going to get. Is garbage in, garbage out. But as a small business, you don't need complicated technology, really. You just need technology that would basically remove guesswork. So things like maybe a simple inventory and accounting tool. But before you get a simple inventory and accounting tool, you must have separated your business accounts from your personal account. So that's why I'm still reiterating that despite the fact that you need technology, you need to first of all build the foundation for what you are going to instill or put into the technology. So things like simple inventory and accounting tools, a reliable payment system, because it's all about money. Like, we're all receiving payments, as a business. Then your workflows, your basic workflow automation, like your basic processes, this and this and this are the things that are the steps that are taken for something to be done. Then things like your customer relationship tools, they are also very, very important, because it helps you to track how maybe a customer feels about you, the experience they had with you, if they have complaints and all of that. And then other data tracking systems. So I would say that you should pick one tool that addresses maybe a particular, I don't want to call it problem. Pick a tool, or pick a problem, actually. Pick a problem and then find tools that can address those problems. Also, there's a problem in picking a tool, because as time goes on, you find out that you have so many multiple tools at the end of the day. So I would also say that you need to itemize all the problems that you have, and then find out the tools that maybe one tool that can solve these multiple problems. So one tool that can solve like maybe a basic workflow automation problem, or data tracking problem, or a customer relationship problem, all in one. Those are some of the things that are needed, and that is one of the strategies, or part of the strategies, that you can use to have these tools onboarded, basically.
Aside from the technology part, so let's now talk economics in simple terms. What really happens when Nigerians choose imported goods instead of buying locally made products?
Okay, so in simple terms, money leaves the country quickly. That's what it is. Money leaves the country quickly, and for an economy to thrive, we don't want the money to leave the country. So local businesses will lose sales. They'll produce less because they are losing sales. They'll hire less people, and then they'll also contribute less. And before you know it, it has weakened, the entire value chain. So this is a big problem, and SMEs must make their products visible and credible. And I'll emphasize on credibility so as to avoid this, because when Nigerians prefer imported goods, like it just shows that we're not going to be making anything as businesses internally, and it's not going to help our economy. It's not even going to help our future as individuals and even as a country. So we should make sure that as businesses, our products are visible, our products are credible, there's consistency. Improve your packaging. If you have to improve your packaging, maintain standards. In fact, create standards, maintain standards, create standards that can stand with international standards, right? And then offer guarantees or returns. You are a human being too. You are also a client or a customer of another business too. So put yourself in the customer's shoes or in your client's shoes, and offer, returns, have policies that are humane, basically. Fine, you are also going to make money, but just make sure that you do these things to ensure that money does not leave the country quickly. When local quality is visible, customers feel safe choosing it. So yes.
Research actually shows that every naira spent on local products can circulate through the economy multiple times before leaving. So how impactful is this multiplier effect for job creation and also GDP growth? Do we have you, Adiola? I think we lost her again for a bit. Well, we'll go on a quick break. When we come back, we'll see if we can still connect with Adiola. Just stay with us.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back. This is still The Big Story, and we still have Adeola Olaniyan with us. Adeola, finally, before I let you go, what is your message to Nigerian entrepreneurs who feel discouraged by competition, low demand, and the pressure of imported goods?
Okay, so as a Nigerian, I will actually be giving this, this encouragement to my fellow Nigerians, and it is, don't judge your potential by the challenges around you. And the market is tough. We know the market is tough, but so are you. I believe that you have been given you have the capacity, right? That is why you are facing the challenges that you have. So all you need to do is to focus on what you can control. Focus on your systems, focus on your customer experience, focus on your quality, focus on being consistent. There is space for you, especially when you build with structure and consistency. There's space for you. Take one small step every day, fix one process, improve one product, follow up on one customer, and before you know it, your small systems will compound into big breakthroughs. So that is my message.
All right. Thank you so much, Adeola Olaniyan. She's the founder and business system architect at adeolaniyan.co. It was very good to have you on The Big Story.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. The Breakfast Show continues with the social listening segment. To stay with us. morning and welcome to the social listening segment on Business Day Television. I'm Deborah Eze and I'm right here with Valentine Onyeka.
Most definitely. Always present.
Yeah, I want to say good morning again.
Well,
because the amount of good mornings that we actually feed our viewers.
I think it's about time to say good morning always. Do you know why?
Yeah.
The trajectory that we are going in our wonderful nation needs, to keep, constantly checking on each other. Say, how you doing? Good morning. How you doing? Good morning?
All right, that simply means I'm going to tell our viewers good morning 4 times on the breakfast show. That is really nice. Anyways, talking about the trajectory our nation is going, our first story is a major cybersecurity scare involving 2 Nigeria's biggest business figures, Aliko Dangote and Femi Otedola. Reports say hackers broke into their mobile phones within the past week. Otedola's phone was accessed once, but Dangote reportedly had to breach it in 2 days. It's not clear if they fully regained control of the devices, but what we do know is that the attackers are asking for money, though the exact amount hasn't been revealed. This incident has raised fresh concerns about cyber attacks on high net worth individuals, especially those with sensitive financial and corporate information. I know that Valentine has a lot to say because his best man is actually in the news, but let's take a look at what the tweets, what the netizens are saying concerning this. And the 4th tweet is from Johan, and he said, "You have the skills to hack into people's devices, but you choose to work illegally." Another tweet from Miss Nova, and it says, "Funny, but it's just 2% of the wealth they can access, and the billionaires will still remain billionaires." Another tweet from Olushino Olaiwola said, "Wake up call for them. Having stupendous money makes one also targets of treasure hunters. They need to upgrade their personal security by employing digital security experts." And finally from Lai No Sabi, and it said, "This should worry everyone. If top industrialists aren't safe from digital breaches, Nigeria urgently needs stronger cybersecurity standards."
Absolutely.
What do you think about this?
So like they say, the bigger you are, the larger, or rather, the easier it is for you to get burnt.
Okay.
Because the bigger you are, if you're going to fall, you fall faster. In this case, having said so, let us draw, give you some level of similarity to what's going on with the world. And this cuts across board. It's not peculiar to only Nigeria. Because some other people around the world are not talking about other billionaires around the world. When I say billions, I mean billionaires in dollars around the world. I'm not talking about their own security breach. Doesn't mean they don't have it. But where I want to come from with this story is this. It goes to show the lacuna that there is in our telecom system. You see, when you are a billionaire in dollars, it means that for what is worth, your security network and your cyber security must be top notch. Because your phone nowadays, in fact, not nowadays, your phone actually is the access to the world. Your phone can either make you be broke in a second or make you a billionaire in God knows when. So I think if hackers found their way into the phones of Nigeria's, one of Nigeria's, if not, what am I saying? 2 Nigeria's billionaires, right? They didn't act alone. Now, I don't want to call which network provider that they use, but they didn't act alone. Think about it. Why target those 2 billionaires who are actually friends? You can't tell me that they both went for a party and left their phones for their phones to be vulnerable.
Well, you just said that these are things that actually happen to even billionaires across the world.
But not the type where you have. These are 2 close friends.
Okay.
These are 2 close friends that Nigerians know very well. Look, they're like, I don't want to use the word. Let me just put it this way. Wherever you see Dangote, you will definitely see, Otedola. These are 2 good friends. So unless you tell me that they went for a party, right, and they kept their phones carelessly, right, and then someone hacked into it.
Yeah, it's possible. There are tons of people who do this for fun. Funny enough, hackers, we both know they do it for fun.
Right.
It's not necessarily the money. It's just a skill that they have, and it's a dare for them. So I think that's just what it is.
So again, it's good enough we can now say it is what it is. But again, it's alleged. We don't know what form they came from. We don't know how they were able to penetrate it. But it's a big scare because if they can do that to billionaires, what happens to you and I?
Valentine, you should write a book because you have so many propaganda theory.
But it's not propaganda.
You should write. You see the way you just made it about your network provider.
But let's be honest. Look at it. So me being trying to be objective means we must. That's how we're trained. You must look at every angle that possibility could find its way to become an actual fact, and use that to begin to analyze from different angles. I just came from the angle of the telecoms. Now, let's not look at the area of, like I said, they go for a party or something, they drop the phone. Or let's even look at the angle of you saying, are they in some WhatsApp group, and then whoever it is that is
the same WhatsApp group with them.
You can never tell. Who could be there? Maybe the administrator or whatever of the WhatsApp group decides to do something. We don't know what it is.
So,
but one thing for sure is this. If you're a billionaire and you're watching this, I hope you're watching so you can come and sponsor, by the way. If you're a billionaire, right, and you count your billions, in foreign currency, or maybe even gold, or maybe you own a refinery, or you own, an oil well, or whatever it is that makes it.
Are you speaking to someone in particular?
I'm speaking hypothetically right now, right? So whichever it is that makes you a billionaire, and you are basking in the billionaireship, I think at some point, right, at that level, you should have a number that is not routed through the regular, telecom service.
I think that is what it is. Because the way it is, they're not really making a fuss about it. I think it's just one of their phones. That's what I think it is. But people's phones actually get breached into most of the time. Most celebrities, their phones actually get breached into, hacked into. So I think the fuss here is just that, it's Dangote's or Tedola. It's not like so what makes the difference? He has a phone.
Do you know
he has access to technology? So it simply means you're vulnerable.
Right. So let's look at the economic damage that can cause. I will explain very quickly in less than a minute. My time starts now. Imagine where you have someone who actually can move the lives of over 1 or 2 million people that probably work for him. What this means is that if hackers hack into that phone, they can simply send, alerts to all those numbers. Or they can change the code of something that can make the banks not work.
So if you become a billionaire today, you would leave the monies that people depend on your phone.
I wouldn't do that.
You cannot be a billionaire.
But I wouldn't do that. But again, if you look at it, there's some certain passwords and passcodes that are above both our pay grades that we cannot begin to phantom, let alone understand.
I doubt that phone.
However, there are some intricate information. You'll be shocked. I'm not even shocked that he has numbers of presidents. So imagine someone hacks that phone and they send a death threat to a president where you know that in that country he has investments. Do you know what I mean?
You're going too far. You're going too far. Okay.
So there's an economic angle there.
Yeah.
Imagine such text message goes to that particular world leader. And one leader says, what is this?
Calling for war.
Before even
war, Shabby.
Yeah. Not talking to Dangote or talking to Tedola. Simply just says, I want to shut down their business in that country. Do you know the amount of people who will lose their job?
Okay, I think we are going to find this because as a billionaire, if I were to become a billionaire today, I'm not going to leave my money in a mobile phone. It's not possible. Yes, I'm not going to leave access to my money there.
The fact that a message can be sent from that phone to a world leader is very possible.
It could be a random. See, it could be. I'm sure you want to call it billionaire.
Right.
All right, let's move to our second story, which is the deepening crisis inside the People's Democratic Party. A faction backed by FCT Minister Nyesom Wike announced the expulsion of governors Sheyi Makinde, Bala Muhammad, and Dauda Lawal. They also expelled Senator Adolphus Wabara and Chief Body George. The faction operating from the PDP National Secretariat in Abuja accused the expelled leaders of anti-party activities and ignoring court rulings. They even dissolved state executive councils in several states and announced that caretaker committees will take over. But this fight is far from one-sided. The Makinde-backed faction held a convention in Ibadan where they expelled Wike, Ayo Fayose, and others. Things escalated yesterday when both sides tried to hold a power meeting at the National Secretariat, forcing security agencies to step in. The question now is, who truly leads the PDP? Because both sides are claiming legitimacy. Now let's take a look at what netizens are saying concerning this story. And the first reaction from Opeyemi Timothy said, what is happening to PDP could have been forestalled. Upon the pronouncement of the Supreme Court ruling sustaining Tinubu's victory, the G5 and those that did a glaring anti-party activities should have been suspended or expelled. Wike, Otto, Fayose and Makinde should have gone. Another reaction from Big Bash. He said, how PDP fell from being the biggest political party in Africa to this mirage is a mystery. I hope APC is watching because pride goes before a fall. And another reaction for Faisal King, and he said, today's event at the PDP headquarters typifies the state the PDP is in, and I truly believe it's the nemesis of its bad leadership during its 16-year rule of this country. Having said that, the APC should wait for its turn, and it's going to be worse. And finally, Elder of Wisdom said, where are the other governors? Haba, this is descending too low for a party that once paraded itself as ruling party. Everybody in that party should go back to a round table and stop washing their dirty linen in public.
Talking about the public. First and foremost, once you're a politician in this country, politics in this country has no business.
Not having. See, what they did yesterday, it is what normal thugs will do. That's what I was saying this morning. These are old men. You can easily sit down and squash your differences over, it could be over a bottle or over, I don't know, over raising your voice over the table, but not having to call security thugs to start pushing yourself. And okay, look at this. Makinde, when he had his rally in Ibadan, he suspended Wike and other people. And then when Wike came back to Abuja, he then suspended Makinde and the others. Come on now.
So, again, you must have a third eye to be able to see what's really going on.
Unfortunately, I have just two.
Most people just have two. The third eye is where the wisdom and intelligence comes in. And I tell you for a fact, even those who are very smart and very, 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 in tune with what's going on and can read in between the lines, yet don't know how to wisdom. I can tell you for a fact that when they say divide and rule, this also applies to, a nation as a whole during colonialism. It also applies to the fact that, look, in recent times, you can see parties experiencing that. What makes you think there's no influence, is this word, that there is no sense, or better still, no evidence of external force in that party?
Right.
There are many ways to skin a rat, like they say. Right? That if you truly want to get something done, okay, you can afford to create turmoil and create confusion in your opposition's camp and leave it there while they're busy fighting amongst themselves. Other things are happening. See, I'm not calling any party here, so nobody now get to quote me wrongly and I say, oh, Valentine's said that. But you can read in between the lines. Like I said, it is only those who have the third eye can be able to play this game of politics. Unfortunately, me, I'm not a politician. I don't want to be a politician. But as a journalist, the question that is, I'm going to be asking questions. The question I'll be asking each of the parties is that, look, which stake do you have in the other opposition's party? Right? Where do you go and hang out when you're not having your so-called party conference and everything? Right? Who do you have in your speed dial on your phone? Because truth be told, it is good to have the speed dial. You can actually tell who is a mole in who and whose party. Because when you now see a party as huge as PDP, right, having two fractions, I need the plan for towards 2027. What does that tell you? It tells you that politicians are willing to go to any length to make sure that he who will stay there will stay there.
Well, I think this with the PDP, I agree with the first tweets. They actually said this was actually forestalled. The whole propaganda that happened, the 2023 election, that was the eye-opening for PDP. We had the likes of Wike, Autumn, and Makinde supporting the opposition.
There we go.
Exactly, supporting the opposition, and they saw it as normal. They saw it as, okay, yeah, you can do that. We are one. Despite the fact that, we have like a separate party. That was the beginning of their problem. Because why would you be in your party and then you are supporting another party openly?
Right.
So if they had actually squashed it from that moment, it won't get to the point where party members are actually expelling and suspending themselves.
Of course, I know that by now. Those who are watching understand the nitty-gritties of politicians and what gets to gas them up.
Of course.
The idea of pride is so embedded in the idea.
But it doesn't make it right. It doesn't. That's not even politics. You actually shaking hands with your enemy. That's not how it's done. I'm going to be, it's going to be my enemy, or defend to my enemy is my friend. It's going to be that, but not to disrespect the party. That's disrespect. You're busy shaking hands with the devil in broad daylight. And then you say, okay, all is well. So this is even happening. I am glad for one, because you cannot dine with the devil and then expect to not have a running stomach. I'm learning from you anyways. So for me, they would have put an end to this during the 2023 election. But no, they decided to sit it out. So this confusion that is happening really serves them right. Yeah.
So it's good that we can actually now see this thing from different angles and piece it up together. It's like playing a game of chess, right? Look, in playing a game of chess, you want to let go your pawns first so that they can fall prey and create an opening so that the queen can come and then clear everybody. It's the same that is happening in this matter. Look, whether or not we like it, the idea of create chaos, act as if we are all in tune with it. At the end of the day, these same people who have now divided the house, you have the wicked faction, you have this other faction. I can tell you for a fact, when the lights are down and the cameras are not there, and then you think they don't go and find something, go and relax and chill out and talk about what has happened?
And if that is what it is,
I can tell you, understand again. Now look, in the game of politics, I said it before, no permanent friend, no permanent enemy, only permanent interest. Have you forgotten? It's not the same weekend.
So what is the interest?
It's not the same weekend. It's not the same weekend who is now the FCT minister that was appointed by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, our president. It's not the same weekend that, welcomed Tinubu's entourage during election to River State, and he openly asked them there in government house. And this was his words. He said, I want to understand something. Are people trying to truncate this election? Because some things never heard before. PDP. He said all those things. The records are there. At the end of the day, when Tinubu now won, guess what? Who became the FCT minister?
Yes, Wike.
So it goes to show you, right? We're even going too far. Let's even come a bit further, closer to our present time. It is the same Wike that we saw having issues with Fubara, back and forth. All the supporters, those who supported Fubara, those who supported Wike, back and forth, livelihoods were put on hold, right? We saw all the hulu baloo, like they said. At the end of the day, did you see them shake hands? So, you see, this is not unique to Nigeria. Neither is it unique to some other part of the world. Even the most advanced country, right? You see them today, they're like cat and mouse. Tomorrow they become what? Best president in the same plate. But I can assure you for a fact, any person who is sensible, who is smart, and has serious fracas with, a so-called party member, they know where to draw the line.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. Mark my words, that they will sit around the same table deliberating on how to become
leaders. They should sit around, because yesterday was the height of embarrassment for that party. Anyways, let's move away from politics and travel down to Tanzania, where President Samia Suluhu made headlines after appointing her daughter and her son-in-law to ministerial positions. Her daughter, Wanu Afida Amia, was named Deputy Minister for Education, Science and Technology, while her son-in-law, Mohammed, became Minister for Health. Both are members of the ruling CCM party and already serving lawmakers, but their appointments have sparked conversation about nepotism. Let's take a look at what netizens are saying about this. Now, the first reaction from Okpeyemi Timothy, and he said, African leaders are often treat the countries they rule like as their personal family business. That's why they frequent position their children and relatives in key roles, ensuring the legacy continues. For them, governance is not just service, it's inheritance, a family enterprise that must carry on. Another reaction from Salum Gideon, and he said, this is insults to the people of Tanzania, and they continue to provoke people. Selfish at its best. And Call Me Your Lord says, that alone doesn't justify anything. The lady is educated with good leadership background. What is wrong with that? So, another reaction, final reaction from Ella Lemis. The whole parliament is filled with family business. Family business people, and expect that these Gen Zs to sit and eat their crumbs while their families are nourishing. CCM is filled with hypocrite.
So the third person who commented there,
that she's actually educated, and that's really
attention. And then, again, the way and manner the public will react to any story, call what story it is, right, should be different from the way we broadcasters will talk about it. We will always strike the chord at the middle. And the striking in the middle is very, very clear. Look, let's ask these questions and ask them objectively. Is she an educated woman?
Yes, she is.
Now, let us keep sentiment aside. If she has a clean track record, if the other guy too also is educated enough, and there seem to be people who can actually be reasoned with to move those sectors forward. I think, and this is not me, I'm not Tanzanian, I'm not from that country, but the way the way the story goes, why she appointed them for a reason, they must, right, have some particular skill or specific skill that will help those particular areas. Maybe, for what it's worth, some level of, I know this person comes in and they give person the post. It's a ministerial post. But has she merited it? Has he merited it? If they have, good and fine. It's not the first time we'll see people appointing their family members into positions where they can make change. However, it's also not the first time where we see political appointees ending up being a tragedy and plunge the whole country into some serious anarchy, and people now think it's a family business. So it's neither here or there. But at the end of the day, will the country be able to record great progress? Will the country be able to say, look, they move forward? Let's not even talk too far so we don't sound like a bunch of hypocrites. It is the same Nigeria also, where we have, back in the past, where some key leaders have put in their family members there too to preside over things. It happens like that around the world. But should we now say, let's wait and watch and see if truly they are deserving of that post? Give them some time. Let's not be quick to judge now. Because yes,
if you've been following the news, especially with Tanzania, you will know that Samia Suluhu has been doing the most. She has been doing the most. She has even been doing more than the men that we put out there have been doing. So I think the issue now is the fact that in the political party, I think CCM, the political party, it's now more of family members. That is why the issue of nepotism is actually arising. It's now more of family members having to, be in the party rather than people who really merit it, people who really understand what they're actually, doing. So I think that's where the outrage is coming from. And when something like that actually happens, people don't care if your child is actually fit for that position, because we now don't just have your daughter, we have your son-in-law, we have an uncle from somewhere, we have a brother from somewhere.
That's too much.
Yeah, so now it's nothing about whether or not she merited it. It's now about why is it your family that is actually there, and away from all the laws, the outrageous harsh laws that she has been bringing. It's now like too much for the citizen of Tanzania. So like you mentioned, when Tinubu actually, became president, people were like, oh, he's going to make Sheyi Tinubu, he's going to give him one ministerial post and all of that. I think one of the reasons why Sheyi is not seated there is because of the outrage that actually came out. People they were not going to have it. Like, oh, if you're going to sit there, you're not going to put your child there, because this is not
conflict of interest.
Exactly. So I think with everything that is going on, she actually putting her daughter there and her son-in-law. She's just trying to let them know that I'm a dictator. Whatever it is that I say goes, which is how she has been treating that country since she actually became president.
Recording success so far.
Success. I think it's still very early to actually record success.
Why am I telling you this? Is that Africa is a unique continent, and believe it or not, this might sound very strange or sound very, unprofessional, but sometimes you have to be able to, approach these things with the carrot and stick approach. We live in a very unique continent where the laws and antics and tricks of the Westerns might not really work for us.
Yeah.
Okay? You want to judge some certain countries who have had democratic rule for a long time, and the way the progress has been so deterrent, so slow. Compared
Tanzania is actually very slow, like I said.
So I'll give you a good example now. See Burkina Faso, for instance. Now, I'm not rooting for any military takeover in any country, but quick decision making matters. Yes, will this create room for people to drag in the idea of nepotism? Maybe.
Which is actually what's happening in Burkina Faso now. He wants to put a rule where he has to come back and be there for 8 years.
Is it delivery?
That. Anyways,
we are at that point now. If you are delivering, right? Let me tell you honestly, if we get someone who can deliver in Africa's most populous nation and deliver very well, I tell you, even if the person is there for 10, 20 years, nobody wants to complain because the country will
I
move
need you to
forward.
hold your thoughts there because we're running out of time.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, and that is it on social listening. We looked at the cyber attack on Dangote and Otedola, the escalating PDP power struggle, and the cabinet's reshuffling, stirring reaction in Tanzania. My name is Deborah Eze, and I didn't do this alone. I did it with
yours truly, Onyeka Valentine.
All right, join us again on Business Day Television, same time tomorrow. Have yourself a wonderful day.
morning and welcome to the Business News Hour on Business Day Television. My name is Norma Obona. Let's take a look at the top business headlines shaping today's stories. Local airfares jump over 100% on Christmas demand. Retail investors' stock deals nearly double in chase for returns. Logistics energy cost stalls Nigeria's go local ambition. Express Payment Solutions Limited appointed as FIRS collecting agent under the Treasury single account. NCR Nigeria tops gainers amid 0.12% decline in ASI. Leadway Holdings completes acquisition of Powell Pensions. We open today's bulletin in Nigeria, where local airfares have jumped by more than 100% ahead of the Christmas season as a surge in travel demand collides with the shortage of aircraft, leaving many passengers scrambling for limited seats. Travelers are forced to consider alternative transport options, with numerous airlines already fully booked on busy routes. The rise in demand and fewer available craft may trigger fresh rounds of flight delays and cancellations through the festive period. Aviation experts also suggest that stakeholders worry that diaspora passengers may be hit the most, as many will struggle to connect to cities within Nigeria through the scarcity of airplanes. Data obtained by BusinessDay from the NCAA last year show that domestic airlines operating in Nigeria had a total of 91 aircraft, including aircraft that have gone on maintenance. And moving on, retail participation in Nigeria's stock market surged in the first 9 months of 2025, with transactions by individual investors rising 53% to 1.7 trillion naira recorded in the same period of 2024. According to Temi Pupuola, GM and CEO of NGX Group, the rise in retail turnover reflects a renewed appetite for equities as investors reposition for stronger returns and need easing macroeconomic pressures. Analysts note that improved market liquidity, clearer monetary policy direction, and strong corporate earnings have boosted confidence among retail traders. This momentum has led to increased activity in banking, industrial, and consumer goods stocks. Market operators say fintech-driven access to trading platforms also played a major role, attracting younger and first-time investors seeking alternatives to low-yield fixed-income assets. With the outlook for interest rate softening, analysts expect retail participation to remain strong as investors continue to chase higher yield opportunities in the equities market. Still on, as poor market access limits MSME's potential, Nigeria's goal for achieving the Go Local vision, which prioritizes locally made products over imports, is being hit hard by high logistics and energy costs. This was echoed at the gathering of manufacturers in Lagos on Tuesday at BusinessDay's Go Local Forum. Stakeholders emphasized that without addressing these structural challenges, the drive to boost local production may fall short. Manufacturers noted that transportation inefficiencies and rising fuel prices significantly inflate operational costs, making locally made goods less competitive compared to imports. MSMEs, which form the backbone of the economy, struggle to distribute products efficiently across the country. Energy supply instability was highlighted as a major barrier. Frequent power outages force businesses to rely on expensive alternatives, rising production costs, and discouraging expansion. Stakeholders called for policy interventions that would provide affordable and reliable power to manufacturing hubs. Also, experts urged a multi-pronged approach, combining the infrastructure improvements, incentives, and targeted financing for local producers. They stressed that the success of the Go Local initiative depends not just on policy pronouncements, but on concrete support to make local products accessible, affordable, and sustainable. And now in another development, Express Payment Solutions Limited, one of Nigeria's leading financial technology companies, has been officially appointed as a collecting agent for the Federal Inland Revenue Service, also known as FIRS, under the Treasury Single Account Framework. This appointment enables all taxpayers on the FIRS Tax Pro Max platform to select Express Payments as their preferred channel for remitting payments to the federal government through the TSA. Taxpayers making statutory remittances such as company income tax, value-added tax, withholding tax, and other FIRS payments can now easily choose Express Payments while generating their payment reference number on the Tax Pro Max. Speaking on the development, Mr. Wale Olayishade, acting managing director of Express Payment Solutions Limited, expressed delight at the partnership with FIRX. He describes it as a milestone that underscores the company's reliability and innovation in payment solutions. He assured taxpayers of a seamless experience while using the company's platforms for their remittances. And you're still watching the Business News Hour. We'll take a short break now and return with more stories. Do stay with us.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back. You are still watching the Business News Hour. The Nigerian Oil Share Index closed lower on Tuesday, November 18th, slipping by 173.26 points to finish at 144,986.51, a mild 0.12% decline from the previous day's 145 and 15.77 close. Market activity also slowed with total volume easing at 381.2 million shares from 388.1 million shares traded on Monday. Market capitalization mirrored the decline, edging down by 92.3 trillion naira to 92.2 trillion naira across 21,827 deals. The Nigerian Org Share Index continues to face persistent bearish pressure, with the potential for further downside if sentiment remains weak. However, a recovery in mid and large cap stocks could help the index reclaim levels above 150,000 in the near term. In a major development, Leadway Holdings Limited has completed the acquisition of 100% equity interest in Pensions Alliance Limited, also known as PAL. Following regulatory approval from the National Pension Commission, PENCOM. The transaction marks a significant consolidation in Nigeria's pension industry and positions Leadway as one of the largest and most resilient pension fund administrators in the country. In a formal notice to clients, Leadway confirmed the completion of the acquisition and outlined the next steps in the integration process. Leadway emphasized that the next phase will involve the integration of PAL Pensions with Leadway Pension PFA Limited under regulatory oversight. The company assured clients that their pension accounts remain safe, secure, and fully compliant with all regulatory standards. The company added that there will be no immediate changes to account access or service channels. Both organizations will be working closely to ensure a smooth and transparent transition that protects the interest at every step. All channels for contacting them and engaging in their services remain fully intact. And now away from that story, the Nigerian Exchange, also known as NGX, All Share Index ASI, has seen a remarkable surge this year, driven by economic reforms, improved corporate profits, and heightened investor confidence. However, the major stock market in Nigeria has been experiencing a decline this month, with several indicators suggesting a potential exhaustion of this bull run. The ASI has decreased by over 7 trillion naira this month. The all-share index dropped 0.12% intraday to close at 144,986.51 on Tuesday, down for 145,159.77 points, indicating that the Nigerian stock market continues its bearish momentum and prolongs the earlier losses. The year-to-date return fell to 41%, while market capitalization fell by 110.20 billion naira to close at 92.2 trillion naira. Analysts suggest that this behavior may indicate an overstretched market following an annual increase of 59% in some metrics. And now to end the business news hour, the World Bank has begun rolling out its new funds chain system, a blockchain-based platform designed to promote transparency, accountability, and efficiency in the management of development project funds. The global institution is starting the implementation with 6 projects, marking a major shift toward digital tracking of donor-funded interventions. In response to this transition, the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation said it's instituted a series of management reforms aimed at improving the financial governance of World Bank-funded projects across Nigeria. The Accountant General of the Federation, Dr. Shalamadin Babatunde Ogunjimi, made this known in Abuja during a financial workshop for Accounts General heads of project financial management units and coordinators of World Bank-funded projects. Dr. Ogunjimi said the workshop was convened to discuss ways of strengthening accountability in donor-funded projects. He says this workshop is deliberate on enhancing transparency and accountability in the financial management of donor-funded projects. These values are the foundation upon which we would build trust, ensure effective use of resources, and achieve project development objectives. And that wraps up the BDTV New Business News Hour. My name is Norma Obuna. Thanks and keep watching Business Day Television.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. You beat them. Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste the money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
From clean power to digital innovation, Schneider has continued to power the growth of Nigeria's electricity and energy sector with some of the best and forward-thinking solutions across the continent. And today, Schneider is celebrating 25 years of impact here in Nigeria. And today, it's all about innovation, it's all about automation, and it's all about sustainability. Join me as I walk you through the conversations we'll be having right here today. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and this is where innovation happens.
I just heard here that we are deploying 100 megawatts solar across different states. And I think that conversation should be had basically with the discourse if we are going to make such investments viable. So I think that brings before the fact that more needs to be done in terms of collaboration.
At the heart of this year's event is a powerful theme: competitive advantage through automation and sustainability. For Schneider Electric, it's not just a slogan, it's a reflection of how the company has evolved over 25 years in Nigeria, helping industries improve efficiency and build smarter, more resilient systems.
In terms of automation and sustainability, these are probably two of the most important topics for businesses, not just in Nigeria, not just across Africa, but globally, right? We had seen the increased use of automation right from what we call Industry 3.0, and they started happening around the 80s with a lot more automation. And the idea behind the use of automation is, first of all, to drive efficiency, to drive reliability and accuracy in business operations, and ultimately to produce, for people to produce more, and to also do that at a lower cost. So automation was meant to drive efficiency, increase production, and also lower costs. But the second topic, which is sustainability, is something that has now become very important, maybe in the last 20, 30 years, particularly, right? organizations and industries are now very, very conscious of how their activities impact the environment, right? So a lot of the global organizations have committed to net zero, net zero goals, and we are talking to them and helping them achieve these goals. Some of the sectors that we cover, and most of the sectors actually have some kind of environmental impact. And what we are then doing and working with this sector is to ensure that we're supplying products that are environmentally friendly, products that are not contributing any parts, that do not have any negative impact to the environment, even in the process of production, right? And when you look at Schneider Electric, we've been named the most sustainable company in the whole world for the past 2 years by Time Magazine. So it's not something that we preach, it is something that we practice. And that is why our customers, our partners trust us. And that's why they continue to rely on us for sustainable solutions. So for us, automation and sustainability are key topics that are pertinent to our customers today, that are important to industries today, and will continue to remain relevant.
From manufacturing to energy, experts here agree that digital transformation is no longer a distant dream, it's a daily necessity. And as industries automate, the conversation around sustainability is taking center stage.
What stands out most for us is our ability to create an ecosystem of partners in the region, in Nigeria, to drive access to energy, to drive electrification, and to drive technology into homes, buildings, data centers, infrastructure, and industries. The biggest ambition of bringing access to energy to everyone, the innovation landscape in Nigeria, the vibrant community, and the strive towards technology, innovation, and electrification has kept us in a solid development mode. The level of partnership we have created in the country and the growth that we have seen in the country have been exceptional.
We've heard about the new act, you've heard about the mini good regulation. There are a number of regulations that support private sector investment and participation in the decentralized renewable energy space or interconnected mini grid space. Furthermore, with projects like the Nigeria Electrification Program and the DARES program funded by the World Bank and the African Development Bank, this is not free money. These are loan facilities provided by the World Bank and the African Development Bank, which we will have to pay back. That is, a significant step in the right direction in terms of understanding the need to provide incentives or grants to support private sector companies in coming in and deploying these solutions that are required to bridge the energy access gap.
I think for me, it shows success and it shows that things can actually get done in Nigeria. For a business, a global international business, to be in Nigeria for that long, that shows that something is going right in our country. A lot of companies struggle with making that investment decision as to whether to invest in Nigeria or not. But if a company like Schneider Electric can do business in this country with all of the challenges that it faces and still be successful, I think that speaks a lot to the type of market and economy that we have in our country.
The event also highlights the growing role of public-private partnerships in driving innovation, ensuring that policy aligns with technology and investment to deliver tangible results.
What we reward is what we get. I think there needs to be a lot of more focus on our universities such that we're able to support research and development, such that these technologies are built in country. That's one way we can reduce our exposure to the necessity, you understand, of external financing, because we have the market, we have the intellect, we have the resources, and I think we can make it happen.
You see, that's part of what I mentioned during the panel session, that one of the things we are missing out is the partnership between industry and our academia. I think we need to do a lot more in promoting real research that results in innovative products that can be taken to the market. So you need the enabling environment, but you need industry to work with academia, because every technology that is used probably starts from the academia and then it gets industrialized in terms of its utilization. So I think that's a bit where I think more can be done. such that we can have homegrown technology in the country. Yeah.
The policies government put in place to unlock gas is very important. It will help that reliability and sustainability. The second thing is about policy around the energy transition itself. We need to be very careful in the way we set up that policy, such that it will not stifle industry, it will encourage people to come in and invest. And the last thing for me is around security. Security is a very big issue for us in the oil and gas industry. Government is to find a way to sort out the security.
Schneider has been a very sustainable company, and today means a lot, given the fact that they are also celebrating their 25th anniversary. Schneider has been a partner with NLNG even before they came into Nigeria. So our first trains came into operation in 1999. And we've been partnering with Schneider on automation as we were designing those trains. So today for me is really a victory for not just Schneider but for Nigeria as a country and for all the companies that are partnering with Schneider in Nigeria. It's victory for us today. And I do know that Schneider is going to do more going into the future.
25 years on, Schneider's story in Nigeria is one of consistency, collaboration, and commitment to innovation. As the company looks to the next 25 years, the hope is that automation and sustainability won't just be buzzwords, but the building blocks of a stronger, smarter Nigeria. It's been 25 years of innovation, of automation, and sustainability here at Schneider Electric. And it was lovely to capture some of the voices and some of the people who have been a part of this story for 25 years. My name is Elizabeth Musa, reporting for Business Day Television.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story on Breakfast and Business Day Television Breakfast Show. I am Destiny Momo. In Osun State, local government allocations have been frozen for months, and this is a stalemate that began early in the year. The federal government says it withheld the funds because the councils weren't democratically elected. But critics say this goes beyond Osun. It's part of a bigger national problem. How Nigeria's local governments are structured or even funded and even controlled. And this is a debate that has lasted for decades about autonomy, central control, and who really governs at the grassroots. Joining me this morning is Deji Olatoye, a partner at LT Law Offices and an expert in constitutional and fiscal federalism. Good morning, Deji.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for joining us on the big story this morning. And very quickly, let's start from Osun State. The federal government says it actually withheld allocations because the councils weren't properly constituted. Now, from a legal point of view, does Abuja have the power to do that? Or did it go too far?
Well, I mean, that's a debate that's been on for a long time. Don't forget this started actually some 20 years ago, for example, or probably over, when Lagos State tried to create new local governments. And then the then presidency or the federal government led by President Obasanjo said, no, I mean, you can't do that under the constitution. There are 774 local governments, and there are also provisions for how you create local governments in the constitution. At the time, and the Supreme Court actually said that, look, states could go ahead and create their own constitution as far as they comply with the relevant provisions of the Constitution in terms of the role that the National Assembly has to play in it. But again, one other issue that was one of the issues that was presented to the court at the time was whether the federal government could thereby, on the basis of undemocratic local governments that were not properly created, and fought with, whether you could, federal government could withhold funding. The Supreme Court at the time said no. There was no such basis for federal government to do that. The federal government went ahead anyway for years and for a long time. It's ironic that the president of the country at the moment was the governor at the time. Now, there's a new position taken by the Supreme Court last year in the case that went from Plateau State to the Supreme Court, where in fact, God, don't forget the crux of this was that there's supposed to be a joint allocation committee between the state and their local governments where these monies are actually received for disbursement to the local governments. Now, what the Supreme Court has said last year in that specific case is that allocations should actually go directly to the local governments. But that leaves unanswered the issue of whether federal government could then withhold, funding from local government, whether disbursed through the joint allocation account or disbursed through directly to the local government on the basis that they were not democratically elected. Because don't forget, one of the constitutional guarantees in Section 7 of the Constitution is that there will be democratically elected local government councils in the state. So in this regard, I suppose that the federal government considered itself, a superintendent of that provision to make sure that states, conduct elections into their local government councils on a regular basis. And it's on the basis of that guarantee of the Constitution can be implemented. I suppose that's the position where we are today.
Tension between Abuja and the states. We all know it's not new. We saw something similar years ago when Lagos created LCDAs under the then Governor Tinubu, and now under his presidency, it's resurfacing. Why is Nigeria's constitution still unclear about who truly controls local government?
Yes, and for me that's what's more important now than maybe what the Supreme Court has said or what we imagine that the Constitution says at the moment. I think what we should be looking at is that what truly is the role of the local government? What are the principles, the broad principles upon which we actually need to design a local government system? And if we see, the Constitution is actually very clear in terms of the kind of control that local governments that states should have over local governments within their territory. And so if you look at the provision of the Section 7 that I mentioned before, it actually says it is through the laws of the local government that to actually, create a whole lot of things in order to control and regulate the local government. Other than in Schedule 4 of the Constitution, that there are certain stipulated things that you might call the core function of the local government, and the state itself could expand that, could create that. Because as a matter of fact, local governments in Nigeria, certain things have actually created what I call a perspective problem. I wrote an article that was published yesterday in your newspaper. We talk about the local government being the third tier of government. We talk about local government autonomy broadly as a general rule. I think those are like kinks in the way we discuss our local government system. In reality, local governments are meant to be like administrative units of particular superintending government. So in the case of unitary systems, they are units of the central government. In the case of federal system, they are units of the subnational government, be it state, province, or region, whatever you call it. And they are supposed to be able to coordinate, create more merge some, also determine what their functions are going to be. Because in reality, their functions are, they are economic primarily, but they also could protect certain identities, especially within a plural society such as Nigeria is. It is in fact in that regard that in other parts of the world, you talk about autonomy, not as a broad rule for local government, but autonomy to protect maybe minority areas and all of that, so that they have core functions that the states or the central government does not intrude upon. But as a general rule, really, local governments are not meant to be autonomous. They are meant to answer, and they are meant to be managed, regulated, combined, and recombined by the superintending government, be it the central government in the case of unitary system, or the state governments in the case of federations. And I guess what is happening today is that, because of what I call the kings, the third tier of government, local government autonomy as a broad rule, it's actually affecting the way we perceive this. I know a lot of people are, have issues to do with state governments. Sometimes it's even personal, there's a president who just doesn't like, the chip on the shoulder of that state governor, but that's not supposed to be how we think about it. And the reason why this is important for states to control their local governments is that states are not the same. States are not the same. Many of these local governments were created during the military rule, and we know how it went at the time. As I argued in that article, many of them were created because when a new government comes into power, a military government, one of the things it tries to do to legitimize itself is to promise people new states, new local governments, and all of that. So many of these things didn't go through proper economic and even constitutional thinking before we did it, but they are all baked into the constitution today. So one of the things that I think we need to do is to go back and actually look at the principles that should govern our local government system, and then begin to actually revise it. We need to amend the constitution in relation to that. Lagos State's local government system should not be the same as Ekiti State or as Borno State, So when you have a state that is essentially a broad metropolitan area, its local government system should be different from a state that is broadly a rural area. All of these things. And if you go to, all across the world, the US, counties in the Midwest are different from metropolises. New York, for example, in the East, so these things are very different. Even within the same state, you give certain powers to mega cities, that you do not give to counties. In certain services are combined for certain counties in different places, so that whereas you could have a New York Police Department, it doesn't mean that every such unit gets to get its own police department. You may decide that these particular areas, you need to combine them to have a single police unit, You can decide that this particular kind of function and services could be delivered by this mega city that can be delivered by, and so you could centralize that within the state to deliver it to those other local governments. Those are the things we should be thinking about today, and not particular partisan positions. And the roles that
can you hear me, Deji? If local councils were given full autonomy tomorrow, do you agree that they're ready to manage funds and even deliver services effectively at the grassroots?
That's exactly the point I was making. First, I do not think that local government autonomy should be a broad rule, that should be a reason why we give autonomy to particular local governments. And I don't believe that the local government structure that we have today can deliver equally each local government. Lagos Island local council, AMAC in Abuja, which is the one in Port Harcourt. I don't believe, these local governments, the services they're able to deliver are the same that some local governments in rural areas are able to deliver. So I don't think so. That is why I think, again, I also think that the state government should look beyond the idea that we need to control our local government just for partisan reasons, to think that these are opportunities for actually combining and actually, running programs for, economic development that can be designed specially depending on the kind of local government that you are. The constitution actually envisages it, because don't forget that one of the things that a state should do, the state law should do, should be to actually have an economic commission, broadly for the state, that takes, some of, that takes actually from the local government. So the local government, one of their functions is to contribute to that kind of joint commission where there can be joint planning and the rest of it. Ironically, that is what you mentioned, what Lagos state government did. What Lagos tried to do initially was to pay local governments, actually. But because of all of the legal issues, it then decided that, okay, these are not local governments. These new entities are called LCD, local development, councils or something like that. But it was able to, within even the period, even when it was being denied its fund by local government, it was able to actually organize, how the funding, and how these councils can deliver some services. And I think that's what states should be doing, ability to actually coordinate those local governments, see the ones that need to be given strong powers and high functions, and see the ones that, so for example, in Lagos state government, I don't see any reason why local government should not be doing waste, things like waste management and all of that. We see that the time of a particular commissioner is almost, consumed just by that, by running after, people who dump refuse, by medium device and the rest of it. These are things that local governments should be able to do, particularly very strong local governments. Whereas there are probably local governments that are not able to do that at the moment unless they build up to that, and the state could coordinate that. So no, to answer your question directly, I do not think that if you just pump funds into the local government the way they are now, that they're able to deliver services unless they are well coordinated. And the best tier of government to coordinate that will be the states.
All right, now the joint local government account is often described as the Naboth vineyard of Nigerian politics. And governors want control, and even the federal government insists on oversight. Now, and councils are caught in the middle. So what do you think are the best way to fix this? Is it to scrap it or have a reform for it?
Essentially, I think what the Supreme Court decision of last year has done is basically to say, because the whole purpose of that account is that local government funds are received into it, coming from the federation, and of course the state government can also put its own fund there, and then it's divided by the local governments and all of that. It's actually a tool. So I don't think we should discard that entity. It's actually a tool for achieving what I've stated before. Joint planning, being able to see the strengths of local governments, even to be able to do fiscal equalization. So, for example, whereas it says local governments can collect money, tenement rate, and all of those, collect licenses, liquor licenses, and the rest of it. But the humongous amount that ATOS, a local government, for example, is able to collect from that is different from what, say, Badagry is able to collect. So you may need, in order for Badagry to be able to deliver its services, to do some fiscal equalization by redistributing and all of that. It could be from part of the funds that the state government is putting into the joint account. I don't think we should discard that, even though I said the Supreme Court decision had that implication. But don't forget what the Supreme Court will do is essentially to interpret law. But laws do not exist by themselves, for themselves. We create laws to achieve purposes. Once we begin to rethink all of these things, then principles should come in to actually give opportunity for state governments to have, the platform to be able to do the regulation, joint planning of its states, of its local governments within it. So I'm for that entity remaining in some shape or form, perhaps also included in what we call the economic planning that's already in the Constitution. But there must be that entity through which states are able to control. We can deal with the issue of possible mismanagement before. I mean, states mismanagement, they are state funds, and that's the reason why we have rules. That's the reason we have, we have ICPC, EFCC, and the rest of it to deal with financial crimes and the rest of it. I think we should be satisfied with that. Why we are encouraging states, in fact, by allowing states to do that, we begin to see models, best practices. How is Port Harcourt doing it? How is River State managing it? Do they? And so we begin to see this. I mean, if I could be historical, for example, the idea that there should be democratic local government, it was in the First Republic or in the 50s, it was actually the Western region that decided that, look, we want people elected into our local council. Other regions at that time did not think so. So that's, if we leave states to do this, you will find what you might call the laboratories of democracy, which begin to develop ideas that you can say, look, this looks like best practice that you can recommend to other states, but from day one state, everybody is autonomous, and, equal control, equal function for all the local governments in Nigeria. That's not a good idea in my view.
Can you hear me, Deji?
Yes, I'm hearing you now.
Okay. All right. You've been very elaborate on, giving this answers, to this effect. Now, you've spoken about something you call a subsidiarity driven diversity, and the idea that each state should govern according to its own reality. If given the opportunity, I would have asked you what you think might look like, what it might look like in practice for states as different as Lagos, Borno, and Ekiti. I don't know if you can just give me that answer briefly so we can round up because of time.
Yes. I mean, I don't even think I need to waste time on that. I said it earlier, when you look at Lagos, for example, it's a broad metropolitan area, so you have Lagos. But people coming to Lagos say it's when they get to Lagos that they know that there's a place in Lagos called Lagos, So when you have a state like that, huge metropolis, businesses and all of that, the way they run their local government should be different from, the state that, you mentioned or that I mentioned in that article. So the services you deliver are different. So in rural states, for example, agricultural states, Borno, Niger, and the rest of it, where settlements tend to be sparse and concentrated and all of that, and people are involved in agriculture, local governments could, the services they deliver could be, basic services and, basic sanitation, water, and the rest of it, and then supporting, rural settlements with agricultural development programs and the rest of it. Lagos State perhaps does not, local governments do not have to do that. They are running urban centers. They are probably going to be running some high-level services, major waste management, other than basic sanitation.
Okay, Mr. Deji, you just spoke about basic sanitation, you spoke about local government. You have given me so much answers to this, and I think I'm satisfied with it. I agree with you totally, because I know that if given the opportunity, you will elaborate more and more, and this will actually bring a change. Trust me, to bring a change. But I pray that one day we'll find you in positions like that to effect these changes. I want to thank you so much for joining us on The Big Story today, Mr. Deji.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And we would like to have you next time to elaborate on very more pressing issues like this. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you for your
very
time.
much.
We do appreciate you. Have you been watching The Big Story on Business Day Television breakfast show? Up next is social listening. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production. BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, defend the bullish insurance. After God, like the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Business Day television news at noon. I am Amanda Imosibwe. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Let's see what's making headlines. Reps move to lower age limit for governor, senators to 30. Tinubu sends Shettima to Kebbi after mass abduction of schoolgirls. Local airfares jump over 100% on Christmas demand. Congress votes to force release of Epstein files after Trump drops opposition. Curaçao becomes the smallest nation to qualify for World Cup. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the House of Representatives on Tuesday advanced a bill to lower the minimum age for contesting governorship and Senate seats from 35 to 30, moving the proposal to the committee stage in the latest push to expand youth participation in politics. Lawmakers passed the measure sponsored by Essin, 8 and 24 others on second reading without debate. Etim, who represents the Ofong, Oruku, Udong, Ukau constituency in Akwa Ibom State, says the higher threshold restrict the progression of younger lawmakers who enter the legislature early in their careers. In his words, a member elected at 25 could serve 2 4-year terms and still be ineligible to run for governor or the Senate at 33. Speaker Tajuddin Abbas put the bill to a voice vote, with most lawmakers backing its advancement, while the proposal has been referred to the House Committee on Constitution Review for further consideration. Moving on, President Bola Tinubu has directed Vice President Kashim Shettima to travel to Kebbi State on Wednesday to meet with officials and racial families after gunmen abducted dozens of students from a government girls' secondary school. Tinubu's spokesperson Bayo Onanuga revealed in a statement on Tuesday that Shettima will convey the government's sympathy and assure parents that security agencies are working to secure the girls' release. The president also expressed condolences to the military following the deaths of several soldiers including Brigadier General Musa Uba, who was killed during operations against insurgents in Borno State. Tinubu praised Kebbi State Governor Nasir Idris for efforts to prevent the kidnapping, but condemned the security breach that allowed armed men to seize the girls from their boarding school in the Maga area, urging communities, especially in high-risk zones, to share intelligence with security agencies. Police spokesperson Nafiu Abubakar confirmed the abduction, noting that tactical police units, soldiers, and local vigilantes had been deployed. Still on, local airfares have jumped by more than 100% ahead of the Christmas season as a surge in travel demand collides with a shortage of aircraft, leaving many passengers scrambling for limited seats. Travelers are forced to consider alternative transport options, with numerous airlines already fully booked on busy routes. The rising demand and fewer available aircraft may trigger fresh rounds of flight delays and cancellations throughout the festive period, aviation experts say. Stakeholders worry that diaspora passengers may be the most hit, as many will struggle to connect to cities within Nigeria due to the scarcity of planes. Checks on websites of various airlines show that some flights to sought-after local destinations such as Asaba, Anambra, Owerri, and Port Harcourt are already fully booked from 20th of December to early January. Also, the percentage of women's representation in Nigeria's most valuable companies' boardrooms has risen to the highest level this year since 2020 on the Nigerian exchange. According to the NGX Top 30 Gender Diversity Scorecard, the percentage of women who secured seats at the boardroom tables of Nigeria's most valuable companies has increased by 31.1% this year, up from 20.9% reported in 2020. In 2020, when the scorecard was launched, the primary highlight of the scorecard centered on female representation on the board of the top 20 companies by market capitalization on the NGX. The report underscores that 53.3% of the NGX company have achieved at least 30% female board representation, which aligns with what it describes as the critical mass theory. To end the local news, the African Democratic Congress has strongly condemned what it described as a disturbing and dangerous assault on democracy, following the violent attack on the National Secretariat of the People's Democratic Party in Abuja by armed men under the command of senior officials of the ruling party, warning that the country's democracy is under siege. The party's National Publicity Secretary Bolaji Abdullahi, in a statement, criticized the Tinubu administration for employing violence in its bid to take control of another political party. The party warned that such actions are a direct threat to multi-party democracy and advanced the ruling party's desire to entrench one-party rule in Nigeria. The party, however, noted that President Bola Tinubu's administration has demonstrated several anti-democratic tendencies. We're now going on a quick break and we'll bring you the foreign news in details.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. Now to the foreign scene. The US Congress voted overwhelmingly on Tuesday to require the Justice Department to release all unclassified records on Jeffrey Epstein 2 days after President Donald Trump abruptly ended months of resistance to the measure. The House passed the resolution 427-1, sending it to the Senate, which approved it quickly as a senior White House official says Trump plans to sign the bill when it reaches his desk. Epstein, a wealthy financier with ties to powerful figures, died by suicide in federal custody in 2019 while awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges. His death fueled years of conspiracy theories, including some amplified by Trump, while many of the president's supporters have accused his administration of hiding information about Epstein's connections and the circumstances surrounding his death. Before Tuesday's vote, about 24 of women who say Epstein abused them reportedly stood with bipartisan group of lawmakers outside the Capitol, urging Congress to act. Also, Ukraine's Interior Minister Ihor Klimenko has revealed that at least 10 people have been killed and dozens more wounded in a Russian attack on 2 blocks of flats in the western city of Ternopil. Klimenko said among the wounded were 12 children in one of the deadliest Russian strikes on West Ukraine since the full-scale war began in February 2022. 2 other western regions, Lviv and Ivano-Frankivsk, were hit as a drone attack targeted 3 districts of the northern city of Kharkiv, wounding more than 30 people, while photos reportedly showed buildings and cars ablaze. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia had fired more than 470 drones and 47 missiles, leaving significant destruction, warning that people could be trapped under the rubble in Ternopil. Now to sports. The tiny Caribbean nation of Curaçao became the smallest country to qualify for the World Cup on Tuesday after battling a 0-0 draw against Jamaica in Kingston. Curaçao fought off a furious second-half onslaught from the Reggae Boys to grab the draw they needed to clinch their ticket to the World Cup in the United States, Canada, and Mexico. The result capped a fairy-tale qualification campaign for the team, known as the Blue Wave, who finished top of Group B with 12 points from 6 games, 1 point clear of Jamaica. Curaçao boss Dick Advocat, who was not at the game for personal reasons, will become the oldest coach at a World Cup aged 78, beating Otto Rehajal's record while he was in charge of Greece aged 71 in 2010. Curaçao, 37 miles off the Venezuela coast, only became a country within the Kingdom of Netherlands in 2010 following the dissolution of the Netherlands Antilles. To end the news, President Bola Tinubu has urged the Super Eagles to put their 2026 FIFA World Cup disappointment behind them and concentrate on preparations for the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations, scheduled for December 2025 to January 2026 in Morocco. Nigeria's World Cup hopes ended on Sunday in Rabat after a 4-3 penalty shootout defeat to DR Congo in the CAF playoff final. In a statement issued by the presidential spokesperson, Bayo Onanuga, President Tinubu commended the team for their efforts throughout the qualifying campaign, despite the painful defeat, noting that the players showed determination, especially after winning the first playoff match against Gabon. The president also called for a collective reassessment of Nigeria's football structure. This is where I wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News at noon. I am Amanda Imosigwe. Stay tuned for more updates.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. if you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape. Business Day is your guide.
From clean power to digital innovation, Schneider has continued to power the growth of Nigeria's electricity and energy sector with some of the best and forward-thinking solutions across the continent. And today, Schneider is celebrating 25 years of impact here in Nigeria. And today, it's all about innovation, it's all about automation, and it's all about sustainability. Join me as I walk you through the conversations we'll be having right here today. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and this is where innovation happens.
I just heard here that we are deploying 100 megawatts solar across different states. And I think that conversation should be had basically with the discourse if we are going to make such investments viable. So I think that brings before the fact that more needs to be done in terms of collaboration.
At the heart of this year's event is a powerful theme: competitive advantage through automation and sustainability. For Schneider Electric, it's not just a slogan, it's a reflection of how the company has evolved over 25 years in Nigeria, helping industries improve efficiency and build smarter, more resilient systems.
In terms of automation and sustainability, these are probably two of the most important topics for businesses, not just in Nigeria, not just across Africa, but globally, right? We had seen the increased use of automation right from what we call Industry 3.0, and they started happening around the 80s with a lot more automation. And the idea behind the use of automation is, first of all, to drive efficiency, to drive reliability and accuracy in business operations, and ultimately to produce, for people to produce more, and to also do that at a lower cost. So automation was meant to drive efficiency, increase production, and also lower costs. But the second topic, which is sustainability, is something that has now become very important, maybe in the last 20, 30 years, particularly, right? Organizations and industries are now very, very conscious of how their activities impact the environment, right? So a lot of the global organizations have committed to net zero, net zero goals, and we are talking to them and helping them achieve these goals. Some of the sectors that we cover, and most of the sectors actually have some kind of environmental impact. And what we are then doing and working with this sector is to ensure that we're supplying products that are environmentally friendly, products that are not contributing any parts, that do not have any negative impact to the environment, even in the process of production, right? And when you look at Schneider Electric, we've been named the most sustainable company in the whole world for the past 2 years by Time Magazine. So it's not something that we preach, it is something that we practice. And that is why our customers, our partners trust us. And that's why they continue to rely on us for sustainable solutions. So for us, automation and sustainability are key topics that are pertinent to our customers today, that are important to industries today, and will continue to remain relevant.
From manufacturing to energy, experts here agree that digital transformation is no longer a distant dream, it's a daily necessity. And as industries automate, the conversation around sustainability is taking center stage.
What stands out most for us is our ability to create an ecosystem of partners in the region, in Nigeria, to drive access to energy, to drive electrification, and to drive technology into homes, buildings, data centers, infrastructure, and industries. The biggest ambition of bringing access to energy to everyone, the innovation landscape in Nigeria, the vibrant community, and the strive towards technology, innovation, and electrification has kept us in a solid development mode. The level of partnership we have created in the country and the growth that we have seen in the country have been exceptional.
We've heard about the new act, you've heard about the mini good regulation. There are a number of regulations that support private sector investment and participation in the decentralized renewable energy space or interconnected mini grid space. Furthermore, with projects like the Nigeria Electrification Program and the DARES program funded by the World Bank and the African Development Bank, this is not free money. These are loan facilities provided by the World Bank and the African Development Bank, which we will have to pay back. That is, a significant step in the right direction in terms of understanding the need to provide incentives or grants to support private sector companies in coming in and deploying these solutions that are required to bridge the energy access gap.
I think for me, it shows success and it shows that things can actually get done in Nigeria. For a business, a global international business, to be in Nigeria for that long, that shows that something is going right in our country. A lot of companies struggle with making that investment decision as to whether to invest in Nigeria or not. But if a company like Schneider Electric can do business in this country with all of the challenges that it faces and still be successful, I think that speaks a lot to the type of market and economy that we have in our country.
The event also highlights the growing role of public-private partnerships in driving innovation, ensuring that policy aligns with technology and investment to deliver tangible results.
What we reward is what we get. I think there needs to be a lot of more focus on our universities such that we're able to support research and development, such that these technologies are built in country. That's one way we can reduce our exposure to the necessity, you understand, of external financing, because we have the market, we have the intellect, we have the resources, and I think we can make it happen. You see, that's part of what I mentioned during the panel session, that one of the things we are missing out is the partnership between industry and our academia. I think we need to do a lot more in promoting real research that results in innovative products that can be taken to the market. So you need the enabling environment, but you need industry to work with academia, because every technology that is used probably starts from the academia and then it gets industrialized in terms of its utilization. So I think that's a bit where I think more can be done, such that we can have homegrown technology in the country. Yeah.
The policies government put in place to unlock gas is very important. It will help that reliability and sustainability. The second thing is about policy around the energy transition itself. We need to be very careful in the way we set up that policy, such that it will not stifle industry, it will encourage people to come in and invest. And the last thing for me is around security. Security is a very big issue for us in the oil and gas industry. Government is to find a way to sort out the security.
Schneider has been a very sustainable company, and today means a lot, given the fact that they are also celebrating their 25th anniversary. Schneider has been a partner with NLNG even before they came into Nigeria. So our first trains came into operation in 1999. And we've been partnering with Schneider on automation as we were designing those trains. So today for me is really a victory for not just Schneider, but for Nigeria as a country, and for all the companies that are partnering with Schneider in Nigeria. Is victory for us today. And I do know that Schneider is going to do more going into the future.
25 years on, Schneider's story in Nigeria is one of consistency, collaboration, and commitment to innovation. As the company looks to the next 25 years, the hope is that automation and sustainability won't just be buzzwords, but the building blocks of a stronger, smarter Nigeria. It's been 25 years of innovation, of automation and sustainability here at Schneider Electric, and it was lovely to capture some of the voices and some of the people who have been a part of this story for 25 years. My name is Elizabeth Musa, reporting for Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to Inside Politics. I'm in your bunkie work. Right. This week we'll be taking a look at the Anambra State governorship election won by Charles Soludo on Saturday. All eyes are on him now to surpass his first-time achievement after winning the election over the weekend in a landslide election victory. Soludo polled a total of 422,664 votes to defeat his closest rival and candidate of the All Progressive Congress, Nicholas Okachukwu, who scored 99,444 votes, while the candidate of the Young Progressive Party, Paul Chukwuma, garnered 37,753 votes to place third. Now, yesterday, INEC issued certificate of return to Soludo and his deputy, Oyekachukwu Ibizim. The certificate will be presented to them by the supervising INEC National Commissioner in charge of Anambra State, Kenneth Ikeazu in Oka. Now, so much expectation, people are expecting Soludo to do so much now that he has won a second-term mandate. So, what are the tasks ahead of him, and what are the projects that he should be focusing his attention and priority on now? Joining me to discuss Soludo's victory and the task ahead of him is our BusinessDay correspondent in Anambra State. He covered the election live all through state local government. I'm being joined by Emmanuel Ndukuba. Emmanuel, good afternoon and welcome to the program. Hello.
It's good having you on this program.
Hello, Emmanuel. Mr. Emmanuel, good afternoon. Hello, Emmanuel Ndukuba. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Emmanuel. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm hearing you live. I'm hearing you clear. So, how was the election? First of all, let me ask you, how was the governorship election? Turnout was a bit poor, about 21%.
Well, the election has come. Good afternoon, my brother. The election has come and gone. Fortunately, the people have spoken by returning Professor Charles Soludo of the All Progressive Gas Alliance, returning him back for the second time. The station is high, has not so well. So let's hope that we keep on doing that. Especially in the areas of
Anambra we know is controlled by ABGA, and they've been winning since 1919, probably from 2003 when the party was formed. But this time around, it appears there was no major, didn't have any major challenge. The PDP candidate who will have been a formidable, who will have posed a formidable challenge to him, actually, it appears some, you know what happened prior to the election, he was attacked. That he couldn't walk and he couldn't campaign. It appears he pulled out of the race, and he was left with the only APC candidate. And we saw what happened. It was a landslide victory. Is it that popular? That popular in Anambra?
Yeah, something is very, very popular in Anambra. So the fact that he also contested under the All Progressive Gas Alliance, which you know that is synonymous with became Banewi. Other candidates who have won the election won under that banner of All Progressive Gas Alliance. P2B won that, and so on and so forth. Obiano, who eventually handed over to to Professor Charles Imudo, also
Yes.
one under the banner of ABGA. That means that ABGA is popular in Anambra State. So anybody who wants to contest election in Anambra State must contest and be sure of victory with under the banner of this Grand Alliance.
You are saying is that even if you are not doing well, even if you as long as you contest under ABGA, you are sure of winning election in Anambra. Is that what you are saying?
No, not that. At least you must have done so well. In the first term of Dr. Charles Tumasoludo, he did very well, very, very well. He was commended in terms of developmental achievements in areas of roads. He had done so well. And then education, where he has give free primary education, free education from primary to JS3. And then he has also done so well in hospitality. Ensuring that some of these hospitals that are bad, that they have been refurbished. Then youth development, he has empowered some youth, giving some of them benefited with they were given about 50,000 naira, 500,000 naira to start up their business, and they were jubilating. The traders who that there is some hospital in Anambra State, like the MM markets,
yes,
and the rest of others are benefiting from the services. And the way with the security that they have returned, this security that free people are moving about freely now, unlike before. Before when you cannot sleep with your two eyes closed in Anambra State.
Let me take you on that of insecurity in Anambra. We know what has been the situation over the last few years in Anambra State, and maybe the whole southeast. Insecurity has been a major problem. The sit at home every Monday is being declared as sit at home, and it has scared a lot of people, a lot of investors to so many states in the southeast. How was he able to resolve that? I know in January this year he set up the Aguni Chamber Vigilante group, which was launched in January. And although there has been criticism of that Vigilante group, but what we see is that they have been able to check the state of insecurity in the state, and ritual killings and all sorts of things that were seen in Anambra. How was he able to do that?
Well, I think it took the bull by the horn by the establishment of Agni Chamber. People thought that Soludo, as soon as that he was that body that is constituted was used for political medicine, but for the fact that they didn't take part from participating shows that he meant well in the election of Anambra State, and considering the fact that the state, as soon as they came into office, they really worked hard, establishing a lot of contacts, holding stakeholders meetings to ensure that when they come to the states, at least people will be able to sleep and then do their businesses. Generally, insecurity is not peculiar to Anambra State. That's what you should know. But as far as I'm concerned, here in Anambra State, people are managing. People are trying to be fair to the government, that the government is trying with the setting up for the security aspect. And also the partnership with the state security and the federal establishment, security establishment, and who controls them. Because I know that towards the end of around between August and September,
yes,
the police launched, and they were doing very well, and they're using this for that. Yes, you have to walk through the guideline of police, and I think they are able to reduce insecurity in the state.
There's also been the part that people have also said that he has been able to open up rural areas in Anambra State, connecting them with the city. I mean, which has attracted investors in industries. How do you react to that? Is it true? Well, because I know there are cases of flooding. There have been reported cases of flooding in Anambra and some communities in Anambra. How has he been able to infrastructure provision in local communities? How has it done? How has it fared?
Well, road irrigation in Anambra State is a very big problem. But I know that the governor has opened up so many places with his action. Road construction. He has done so well. He has opened up our Aguata Road. It goes to make every senatorial zone in the state are so far benefited. Those people from Anambra North and those from Anambra State and Anambra South, most of them have actually benefited in terms of his road network program. And that's really one of the things that I will spoke for him in this election, because I thought there's nowhere in this Anambra State that you can pass through now. After the other governor, I'm not saying that other governor didn't do well. He took over from where they fought, and I don't know where in terms of good road network in the state. Open up access road for people to they're expanding the road so that people will be able to benefit. You can enter if you don't have that, at least you can use your eyes and use your leg to say, yeah, that this man is doing well.
Let me take you there. There's also been criticism about his tax policy. People say he has overburdened. He's overtaxing people. I mean, levies at the park, at the garage. How true is this? And a lot of people here in Lagos tend to see that this Soludo, there was so much promise, considering the fact that when he was the minister he did so much to revolutionize the financial sector in the country. A lot of people expect so much from him, but some say he has not done much in Anambra. How will you rate his administration? Also, the tax issue. Finally.
Well, I don't want to criticize the tax regime because he said he needed money to do work. That if you want him to work, he has to need the money. Yes. And that everybody should be able to contribute financially so that he'll be able to do his job. Well, I think he has started. There are so much complaint that so many people are talking about multiplication of taxes. A lot of levies here and there. The federals are complaining, the cyclists are complaining, and even the people who live in the rural areas, they also complain that the money has increased. But he said, if you want me to work and you want me to work for you, you should be able to give me opportunity. By the one that nobody can give me small money so that I work for you. And you see what you'll be able to realize that at the end of my tenure, if I finish with my tenure, you'll be able to say, yes, my regime has done very well. So in terms of that regime in Anambra State, it's not peculiar. Because if you go to other states now, like in Lagos State and every other place, I don't want to mention states, everywhere, every governor,
he's looking for money.
He's looking for money, even at the federal government level.
Yes,
Look at the new presidential tax reform committee, set up the commission, set up by the president, which the president has just passed recently.
Yes.
He discovered that, yes, they are talking about giving money. Even when there are people are complaining that this money are not there.
They are not seeing what they're using the money for. So let's look at, finally, sir, let's discuss the issue. His relationship with Peter Obi. We know Peter Obi has the presidential ambition in 2027. And recently we've seen Soludo aligned with the Tinubu government, the APC. He said his relationship with Tinubu has been there for years. And Tinubu himself seemed to be supporting, though he did not come out openly to support Soludo, but we know that Soludo visited him, and Soludo has supported Tinubu 2027. And this may not go down well with Peter Obi and the Obedient movement. What is the relationship between Soludo and Peter Obi? We know there may not be a perfect relationship there. Are they friends? Are they? How will you? 2027. What are Anabrans saying on the street now that Peter Obi has said he's supporting Tinubu, and we know your brother is Peter Obi is going for the governor. He's going for the president. I mean.
Well, you should know that there is no governor in the state that will not align himself with the program of the federal government. When Peter Obi was the governor of Anambra State, at least he worked with the president. He was a member of the President Tax Committee. I mean, Economic Committee 18, and which Soludo was also a member. Soludo Peter Obi has always respected Soludo because Soludo was the senior. Any function you see Soludo able to be with the governor as a governor, he respected that office so well, and he's also as a senior, as an Igbo man. Peter Obi had always respected his seniors, and he always acknowledged that. Even he says it, and he not only acted, he acted it. So, in terms of the relationship, the relationship is cordial. It's political. There is no way it can be that we can be in opposition and I have my own program. I have to campaign and say myself. And they want you to wholeheartedly and say, look, bro, I'm giving you that opportunity so that you say that they are doing you well. I know that in recent time, with the romance, when even in this election, a lot of people are talking about that Soludo has compromised, but because during the campaign, the president was never in Anambra State. Even the last the APC last national campaign in Onitsha.
Yes.
The president was still president, and people are saying in a election where the government, people are thinking that the government and central want to take over Anambra State, that there was nobody that the president did come. But the president, those who came to represent, who came, said they were that the governor, the chairman, APC national government, that is Governor Uzodimma was also present. So you cannot say that completely that APC was not on ground to support.
So what will you? People, a lot of people say they are rivals. Soludo and Peter Obi are rivals. Are people happy with this? Considering that Peter Obi, we know we have presidential ambition in 2027. What are Anambrans saying? If in 2027 the governor decides to support Tinubu and Peter Obi stand as the president, where do you think Anambrans will tend to? Who would they support? And would they be happy if the governor is supporting the APC candidate? Finally, that's your 1 minute, please. Our time is up.
We're watching the event as it unfolds. You know, I think 2007 is still very far. I know that P2B is planning to surprise. You know, the problem we had with the problem is the crisis in Labour Party and the ADC, where he also showed interest. I know that with time, that P2, whether I like it or not, it's all about P2B's election. It's not about Soludo's election in 2007. So I know that those who support, particularly the boss, will always rally around their song.
But the Labour Party is dead. The Labour Party seems to be dead in Anambra, although Peter Obi seems to be romancing the ADC now. Do you think this will affect his popularity in 2027 in Anambra State?
I don't want to say that Labour Party is dead in Anambra State. We are talking about governance election. We're not talking about presidential election. And I know that when by between 2027, there will be changes. There are things to work out as events will unfold as far as I'm concerned.
All right.
And P2B will definitely continue to emerge as him better in the eye of his people.
All right. All right.
So
all right.
P2B is going to this platform event. I know that the followers must surely go with him.
All right. Thank you very much, Emmanuel Ndukuba, BusinessDay correspondent in Anambra State. We've been assessing Soludo's victory and the tax ahead of him as he assumed office for second time. We'll take a short break now. When we come back, our analysts will join us and we'll look at the crisis within the PDP, the convention arbitrated for 15 and 16 of this month. Is it going to hold? Take a short break and we'll be right back. Join us. All right, you're still watching Inside Politics on BusinessDay TV. Now, we turn our attention to the PDP, the Nigerian main opposition party. We know the party has been engulfed in crisis since after the 2020 general election. Now, there's a convention slated for 15 and 16 in Ibadan, but some chieftain of the party are not happy. Sule Lamido, he said he was denied the chance to contest for the chairmanship of the party, and he has gone to court to challenge that. Yesterday, there was a judgment at the Federal High Court in Abuja, which noted that the party should not go ahead with that convention. Earlier on the 31st of October, there was a similar judgment given by Justice Omotosho in Abuja that the party should put a stop to that convention. There was a judgment given in Ibadan 2 days earlier by High Court in Ibadan that the party can go ahead. It seems there's confusion within the PDP now, and already the party is divided between two factions. The Wike faction has their own national chairman and BOT, and of course, the Demagun-led Oyo State governor-supported group. Joining me now is Kingsley Wise, our political analyst. Join us. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program. Hello, Mr. Kingsley.
I'm here.
Okay. All right. What is your take on what is happening within the PDP? There's a court judgment yesterday nullifying the convention. What do you think is the way forward within the crisis? Would this convention coming up in 15-16 hold?
Well, they don't. The truth of the matter is that no matter how passionate they are, no matter how anxious they want to get the party back on the line,
yes,
no matter how much effort they are gearing towards steaming up the party, the law must take its course. Like I was telling someone the other day, that what is going on in the PDP is no longer mainstream party trying to disintegrate the party. It is more about the key player, the ego of the key players within the party. The fight within the PDP has turned to a personal one between the key gladiators. Are you getting it now? It's no longer an issue or an effort of the mainstream party trying to kill the opposition. I can confidently tell you that it's those who are key players within the PDP that have made efforts to send it to this hemorrhagic state now. As we are witnessing PDP today, are you getting it now? Having said that, the latest judgment got into the legal effort of former governor of Jigawa State, Sule Lamido. It's a very big blow on the party, especially at a time where a good number of the party stakeholders felt that the convention will hold. And we all know the implication of what is going on now. It's pointing towards the fact that the PDP will not only likely not field a presidential candidate, it will also affect the governorship category of some of the states. I read in the news the other time that a governor of Osun State, Governor Adeleke, the dancing governor, is likely not going to have a ticket to contest the next gubernatorial election in Osun State. It's a very big issue.
Are you surprised that the party seem not to have learned from what happened pre-2023 general election primary? Why couldn't they have thrown the convention chairmanship ticket open, the party chairmanship ticket open, allow for everybody to compete, level playing field, so that this issue of Sule Lamido crying that it will deny the chance to vie for the chairman will not exist and it will not go to court? Why is some people bent on imposing a chairmanship candidate when rather than allowing everybody to compete, knowing fully well these are some of the issues that are affected the party?
Like I told you, I made mention just now that the issue with the PDP is not an ego problem of the so-called key stakeholders. You understand? Now, PDP at the time was known for a party that has these who can react better, who always win the match, irrespective of the person's status. That was the foundation of PDP. But today now, some people are now merchants within the political party, and they see the party as their own negotiating carrots. You understand now? Tell me what would have justified the reason why people should be locked out of the chairmanship race when it's supposed to be a democratic process. So everybody, either on the wiki flank and of recent the marketing flank, they are all fighting for their personal interests, no longer the interests of the party. If the party is truly the interest of these key stakeholders, nobody ought to have been shut out of the convention chairmanship race. Nobody. Everybody should come on board. You understand me now? Look at what is even scary. What is even scary now is that with this defection now, how many governors left in the PDP? It appears in 2027 the party may not even have any governorship controlling any state again, because what we are hearing is that in Plateau State, Caleb is about to will defect. In Osun State, Osun will have defected since, but maybe the APC didn't want him, so he couldn't move.
Other states where the party is controlling are probably thinking of moving over to the APC. Is this not worrying?
I told you, I said in the very beginning, initially the toga was that the mainstream party wants to keep PDP. But as we start today, is PDP members, the key stakeholders in the PDP, the gladiators that are killing PDP. They are in the sorry state, but they are making it worse with their recent actions. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say. A party that is dying with their recent conduct and actions is heading towards the grave. There is no way out of this quagmire. PDP has lost its steam and is going to be very difficult to recover it back again. As a result of the selfish interests of the so-called what we call the stakeholders, they are the one killing the party.
There may not be.
They've succeeded in burying the party.
There may not be a presidential candidate in 2027, and it may just be an APC.
They will not have. No, get this fact well. Before now, the gist or the talk in town is that Wike is working to weaken PDP for the mainstream party. But I am telling you now that with what is happening in PDP is PDP stakeholders, the so-called stakeholders, the so-called financiers, the so-called beneficiaries of PDP are the ones making good effort to bury PDP. And so unfortunately, PDP is heading towards the grave.
Right. Thank you very much, Kingsley Wise, a political analyst, joining us. We'll be looking at the issue in the PDP. That's the program for this week. Join us. You can watch our previous edition. Go to your YouTube channel, Chab Inside Politics. See what we have done in the past. My name is Inyo Bongi Walk. Good afternoon. Stay tuned to BDTV.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria, Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to Business Day Television Roundtable, where we discuss issues in our economy, in our polity, and all of that. As usual in the studio today, we have two gentlemen, the Sunday editor of Business Day, Mr. Zebulon Agomo, and of course the assistant editor here also at Business Day, Mr. Chukwuebuka. And gentlemen, you are welcome.
Thank you.
And together we'll be looking at two key issues in our country today. First, last Saturday, the People Democratic Party went to Ibadan to have their national convention, during which some new school of the party elected. But of course, since after that convention, as controversial as it was, with all the legal issues surrounding it, even before they went to Ibadan, the outcome has been quite controversial. Of course, recall the expulsion of the minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, and the former governor of Ekiti State, Fayose, and of course, as it were, I mean, the national national secretary of the party, Samuel Anyanwu. Of course, these gentlemen and the rest of them who were suspended in that, who were expelled at that convention, have rejected that action. And of course, as we speak today, PDP has divided into two. We have the faction that is, so to say, led by the governor of Oyo State, Seyi Makinde, who were in Ibadan to do their convention. Of course, we have the faction that is led by the minister of the FCT, former governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, a very controversial figure, if you like. And so we don't know what the direction that the PDP is headed. Of course, we will discuss that here and to see whether indeed whether PDP will survive, able to contest the 2027 election that we all talk about. And we are also going to discuss the adoption of 25 girls in the Kebbi State, in a school in Kebbi State on Monday, and of the implication of this, the security that we continue to have in our country, that since 2014, we've seen adoption of a school girl, we've seen adoption of a student, it has gone on and on. We seem not to be able to have a solution to it. Those are the two issues we are going to be discussing today. Welcome to Business Day Television Roundtable. My name is Joshua Bassi. Like I said, we have two gentlemen in the studio, and I'm going to start with you, Zeb. Is the PDP headed for implosion?
Yeah, thank you very much, Josh. What we're seeing is a situation where people think just for the good of themselves and not looking at the larger picture, the good of the country, the good of the countrymen. So what we are seeing is a fight for individual survival, a fight to continue to hold on to power and to continue to be relevant today, tomorrow, and next tomorrow. It's unfortunate seeing what is happening to the PDP. At a point, PDP was the largest political party
on the continent of Africa.
On the continent of Africa, and people admire the party when we have had the likes of Tony Anene, them, Bamanga Tuko, former Vice President
Atiku
Abubakar, and Ales
Ekweme.
So many good names, brilliant men, and eminent personalities that people respected. But what we have had over the last few years have been people who are moved by individualistic tendencies, who want to satisfy certain craves, and they wouldn't mind what happens if their interest is not served. The party, as we see it, is as good as gone. I think the last straw that brought the camels back was this convention, so-called convention at the weekend. Before the convention, as you noted in your introductory remarks, there had been legal pronouncements that this should not go on. The Wike fashion went to court and obtained a court judgment that it shouldn't go ahead. The former governor of Jigawa State, Sule Lamido, also obtained a court injunction that this shouldn't go on, because you remember that when he stormed the PDP national headquarters at Wadata to collect form, he was told that there were no forms. And apparently the PDP only printed one form for Turaki, which was very, very wrong. And Sule Lamido didn't take it lightly and went to court and threatened that the convention will not hold. And he got court order. Then here in the southwest, led by Sheyi Makinde, the governor of your state, he also obtained another court ruling that they should go ahead.
In Ibadan,
In Ibadan. So, on the basis of which they went ahead to organize that, the INEC that was supposed to be present to monitor and to authenticate that convention was not there, but they were saying that so far they had notified. That was what their constitution states. It doesn't matter whether INEC was on ground. So far, the body had been notified, and they went ahead. And today we are seeing what happened in Abuja, that the other faction, led by Samuel Anyanwu and Wike, had occupied the Wadata house of the headquarters of PDP, having their next meeting. So you can imagine the confusion that had brought. So before then, let's step back a little bit. That convention, they said they had suspended the FCT minister Wike and Samuel Anyanwu, well, with other few members. But many Nigerians thought or still believe that that suspension came a little bit late. The time they would have done that, they lacked the political will to do that. Many Nigerians have been wondering why had they tolerated Wike thus far. So, but now they have done it. I think it was wrong timing, and where that leads them is left to be seen.
Okay, thank you, Zeb. Where that leaves them is yet to be seen. Chuka, where is this leading the PDP? All of the crises that we are seeing, where is it leading the PDP?
Thank you so much for this question. But it is really difficult to say where that leaves the party. But the destination can be determined if people at individual level decide to, allow the party have its way, have its soul. Because what is happening, as my colleague has said here, is people are fighting for individual interest. Nobody wants to look at the larger picture, placing Nigeria as the first point of consideration, placing democracy as a first point of consideration. Everybody say, well, if it is not me, let everybody let it all let let everything just go the way it can go. Because if you look at what the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory,
Nyesom
Wike is doing, his own is, it's not about me, it's not about anybody else. And that's why it doesn't matter to him what happens to the party. Even though, in fairness to him, you remember that there was a time when PDP came so low to the point of even going into extinction. He mobilized resources, mobilized everything he could to resuscitate that party. But the fact that he could turn around the same person to see all his actions point to the fact that maybe he want to destroy the party and bury it if it is possible. So where PDP is headed is very difficult to determine at this point until this drama we are witnessing now decide to settle. People decide to reason beyond personal gains, beyond personal interest, and start placing Nigeria first, placing the democracy first. Because it is difficult to see if PDP can even contest the next election, given the present circumstances which it finds itself. That tells you like what Adewale Adeboye said in the book he wrote called Why We Struck. The man noted that events mock at human foresight, and nothing in life is certain but the unforeseen. What you don't foresee is what is certain, not what you foresee. Because at a point, PDP will tell you, oh, we are the largest party in West Africa. We are going to rule this.
And they were, really.
In the next,
They were.
For the next 60 years.
And why they had that upper hand that time, don't forget that they were the party formed to fight the military. So there was unity. There was commonality of interest. Everybody was just focused on the common enemy. And that's why eminent Nigerians came together, 34 of them, and formed that party, made it a very formidable party. And everybody, wherever you are, I remember I was writing politics at the time. I went to interview one man. PDP doesn't seem to be a popular party, yet everybody is going to that side. You see, why do you think that people go to the market? Upon all the noise. Upon all the noise, people still go to the market because everybody knows what is going to buy from that noisy place. So it is what is playing out now with the PDP and APC.
People are
APC is a very unpopular party that Nigerians ordinarily would like it to fizzle out into a thin air. But everybody is rushing towards that side because there is something to gain there. So, in a nutshell, for me, it is difficult for me to say this is where PDP is headed in the run-up to 2027 election.
Okay, thanks. Zeb, there are people who believe that that the judiciary has not played a noble role as far as the party politics is concerned in Nigeria. And that's the problem that the PDP is having right now, that there's some, that the judiciary has played a role that has sort of helped to further destabilize the PDP. And that party, of course, are not following the judgment of the Supreme Court sometimes that, that the judiciary shouldn't meddle in the internal affairs of political parties. But we've seen the pronouncement upon pronouncement, judgment, counter judgment, and all of that. One would have expected that the judiciary should, kind of downplay its role as far as political party is concerned, following the Supreme Court judgment. But again, we are seeing more of these things, judges making pronouncement, another judge will make a counter pronouncement, a lot of further, starting destabilizing parties, not just PDP, even the other political parties. We've seen that, trend also, the Labour Party and even other parties. Do you share this sentiment?
You see, a country gets the kind of leadership that it calls for. By extension, a country gets the kind of judiciary it calls for, because for years things have not been going on right. And you and I have been watching how the judiciary comes up with all manner of pronouncement and judgments that even some people will wonder, is it a country that this thing is happening? You look at the Labour Party, for instance. The court ruled that the leader there, the chairman, Julius Abure, had served out his tenure. Yet, when the INEC is inviting leaders of party, INEC will still go and invite the same person to represent Labour Party. So you see that what we are seeing is sort of Jankara judgment. Anybody just go. I was reading what Ojodu, Femi
Ojodu.
Yes, what he wrote on his Facebook wall, his experience with Kashamu. When he visited Kashamu, Kashamu brought out a briefcase.
That's the late Kashamu.
The late Kashamu, some years back, and showed him various degrees of judgments in his briefcase. This is a judgment written when that he has judgment had already been delivered in a certain case. Judgment, expected judgment. This is a judgment written in anticipation that he was going to have a court case. So each of these things, if he had any case in any court and a judge was assigned to handle that, he said already he has won. Just by greasing the palms of the judge, he would just hand him the judgment already written. And that is what is happening all over the place. Now, whoever that votes during the election does not matter. If you like, let all the people that got accreditation from the INEC during the election votes. Let every registered voter vote. It doesn't change anything. A result will be written at your back, and they will tell you to go to court. We have seen it, and we are going to still see it.
More of it.
Now, the Supreme Court has said that the court, judiciary, does not have any hand in the leadership of any political party. That should be the
internal affairs.
Yes, internal affairs of a political party. That ordinarily should have nailed it. But we are now bringing all manner of variegated judgment from all over the place, and upon which we claim that we are right. So whatever that is happening in the judiciary, yesterday President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was at the event where the judges were meeting, and he was charging them, and he reminded them that the judiciary had become
he told them that judgment should not be for sale.
For sale, for cash and carry. Yeah. And then I listened to newspaper review today, and some other people were wondering,
is it the same?
Yeah, how is this thing coming from the president? For people to be doubting that the president of a country could say such a thing, it tells a lot about the leadership of the country, about the system. Because people were shocked that our own dear president could make such a statement. If you have followed what Professor Chido Dekalo had been writing, he had been writing volumes about the way the judiciary has sunken. And everybody in this country who has followed the activities of the judiciary will tell you that the trust deficit has gone so low. Nigerians have become so disenchanted. Nobody is talking about judiciary when it comes to election, when it comes to political activities in this country. They have so gone down that even 2027 people are telling you that the result may have been written.
Wow.
So if a country comes to that low ebb, I wonder what the outside world will be looking at us, the eyes with which they are looking at us. And with these things we are saying here, we invite people, international election monitors, and they come here and they monitor election that is credible. But when they turn their back, another thing will come up and the judiciary will sanction it. So it's a slap and it's unfortunate. I hope that the charge that the president gave yesterday will not just end in that hall.
They will stand.
And people will be able to implement and run with those charges he gave them.
Okay, thanks. Chuka, with, in light of the picture you have painted, I mean, the concern really of what it is that the judiciary has been doing. And of course, as it is today, we have two factions of the PDP. As we speak in Abuja, there's a struggle as to who is in charge of the secretary of the party. The Turaki, led faction is, saying that the authentic, then the Ayamu faction is kind of holding on to the party secretary. So, really, do you see the PDP actually coming out of this, quagmire? And of course, given the role that the judiciary is equally playing, because if you go, for instance, the judge in Ibadan, State High Court in Ibadan, gave a judgment in favor of Makinde-led faction. The High Court judge in the Abuja will always give his own judgment in favor of Makinde-led. Yes. Can PDP come out of this quagmire, given the role that the judiciary itself is playing?
I think what is going to happen is who pays more? Who will pay the judiciary more? And then, if, for instance, Wike's faction is able to pay the judiciary more, they will get a better judgment, because everything may be decided at the end of the day in the court. They can't continue like this because maybe one faction will decide to go to courts. Who you have been suspended, you are still carrying yourself as members of the PDP. Okay, let the court decide whether you qualify to remain PDP members or otherwise. So if they resort to that course, going to court, it now depends on who pays more. And it is not difficult to determine who will actually pay more, because the FCT minister, for instance, will never take a defeat as an answer.
He had built houses and built all these things for the judges.
He had done so many
He had
things.
paid up front.
So he had paid them up front, and he may have the backing of the powers that be, where everybody is flocking to. So how they are going to come out of this will depend on what the judiciary will do. And it's just necessary I make a little comment about judiciary in Nigeria and the kind of judgment we have always seen. What we are seeing now is not new, because even in the Second Republic, when we were still boys, we can still remember what happened between Sisi Ono, Chris and Mauno,
Yes.
and Jimmy Fayed. Then in the East, then you had Bola Ige and Akino Moboriowo in
Yes,
the
and the
West.
West, yeah.
You will win election in the morning, and in the afternoon, you are no longer the governor.
Yeah, exactly.
And it continued like that, and until the military actually eventually
Through everybody.
sent everybody packing. So the judiciary has been a major turn on the flesh of democracy in this country. If there's any institution that doesn't allow democracy to thrive in this country, it's the judiciary. And until it wins itself of this kind of attitude to judgments, because how judgments are delivered is about geography. Where did you go to seek judgment, or where did you take your case to? You see, Makinde is winning in the West.
In Ibadan, particularly, where he has control.
He has control. And then other people are in Abuja.
Winning where they have control.
Where he has control, yeah.
So judiciary is no longer about the law. It's no longer about the consumer, what is in the consumer, which they are supposed to interpret. Judgment is now given based on how much is on the table and not what
And
the
who is
consumer-
who
loyalty,
and
loyalty, yes.
So it is difficult to say, given this kind of scenario, what is going to come out of what PDP, how they are going to come out of it. Because eventually everything will end in the courts. And in what court decides is what everybody will follow. Maybe an endless litigation.
All right, thank you, Chuka. Well, that's it for that. I mean, we wait to see how PDP will come out of this, and what it will eventually become of PDP as a party, you know, as we move towards the 2027, whether or not the PDP will even contest the 2027, because the way it is going, it seems as if they may not even be able to even have a candidate, because as it is now, and the judiciary is very critical here.
Yeah, of course.
Very critical, because if you emerge as the flag bearer of the PDP from one faction,
yes,
the other faction may go to court to say that, oh, the process
Yes.
that
That,
throw you up as a
yeah.
candidate was faulty. Yeah, so they might. So it really is very dicey for the PDP, but we hope that they'll be able to find their way around the terms.
There's no going
come out of it. But it will be. Wike is not even, as far as Wike is concerned, is the only presidential candidate for 2027 is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So as far as it's concerned, he doesn't even believe that.
And that is the reason
PDP should produce
why PDP must die. That is the reason he will not allow that party
to have peace.
Okay, thank you. We're going to a short break now. When we come back, we will look at the adoption of the schoolgirls in the Kebbi State. Welcome back. You are still watching the Business Day Television Roundtable, where we take up issues in our polity and break them down to your understanding. We still have in the studio the Sunday editor of Business Day, Mr. Akomo. Then, of course, we also have still also in the studio the assistant editor here, Business Day, Chukwuroko. Gentlemen, yesterday something very disturbing, you know, again happened in our country. We saw this first in 2014 when the Chibok girls, you know, were adopted. You know, that was in Borno State, and then of course we thought that was it. And of course, it was on the basis of that, you know, adoption of the, you know, on and all the noise that, you know, that trailed it. One of the reasons why Jonathan, former President Goodluck Jonathan, actually, you know, lost the election, because everybody, you know, got involved, including the President of the United States and his wife, Barack Obama. You know, to the extent that we could see all the, you know, the noise around the world, you know, bring back our girls. It was such a very, you know, I don't know, it was such a very disturbing moment for us in Nigeria. And of course, the president at that time, Goodluck Jonathan. Of course, Jonathan went ahead, contested the 2015 election and lost. But we thought that was the end. Only for us, again, in 2018, after Buhari won that election, the late former President Buhari won that election. We saw again in 2018 when over 100, right?
Yes.
Were adopted here in the Dapchi in the Yobe State. And of course, there have been series of adoptions again and again. Of course,
in Zamfara and all
in Zamfara. But again, this is again Bola Ahmed Tinubu under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Again, I also noticed that a lot of times, usually the girls are the ones they go for. I mean, is there any particular reason for this? I don't know. So, but is it maybe they will, people make more noise when it is when women, and I don't know really. But I'm going to start with you, Chuka. When you heard about this, what was the immediate thing that came across your mind?
Thank you very much, Joshua. When this incident broke out, the news broke out of this incident, I think the immediate thought that came to me was that we're not yet out of the woods. in spite of all the noise, in spite of all the investments being made in fighting insecurity in the country. And then I also thought that terrorism has gone beyond what it is in other countries in this climate. That here in Nigeria, terrorism we have become a merchandise. Merchandise in the sense that people are now more interested in what they get in terms of a ransom than the original intent of engaging in terrorism. You know, so when they go for girls, as you just rightly pointed out in your remarks, it means because it will score more sympathy. People say, "Oh, these women, what happens to them?" You know, when you take away young women, people begin to imagine a lot of things: their hygiene, their safety, a lot of things going to thinking about women. Unlike if it were boys, you say those ones can survive even 1 week without taking a bath and all that. So, but I do believe that these terrorists think that once you carry women, efforts will be made faster
to provide the ransom,
to seek their release.
Yes.
And then they make money fast, and that's why they take many of them. When they want to take, they take many of them. Then you feel 25 at a go. They may decide.
And unfortunately, the vice principal of the school was killed.
No,
and
that's why it's normal with terrorists, because they have to create fear first. Everybody will now start running for safety, and then they do what they want to do. So taking these innocent girls, quite unfortunate, and the reaction from the government, especially from the federal government, doesn't excite anybody. What the president have been able to say is that he has given order, make sure you rescue these people. Then after the presidential order, getting to 24 hours now, no, I have not heard any positive result or news that these girls have been found or they have been released. And I find that at the end of the day, government to maintain its to remain relevant, that is, people will not criticize it, may go at the back, pay ransom, and come out to tell the world that, oh, they were just the police just went and carried them without any resistance.
Okay, Chuka.
So for me, it is merchandise.
Yeah, but there's something that is quite disturbing for me. When President Donald Trump issued that threat and then telling the Nigerian government to, stop the genocide against Christians. There was something that we as Nigerians really, even as a nation and even as a people, one of the things that we said very clearly, look, Nigeria is a sovereign state, and that Trump cannot just, issue a threat to a sovereign state. Nigeria is a sovereign state, just like the United States of America, and that as a president of the United States, you can't just issue a threat, against a threat to another sovereign nation. That we can handle our case by ourselves. But there's the stopping thing here, and of course we all know, and like I've always said, the primary responsibility, function of the government is to protect lives and property of the citizens. This sovereign state as a nation, we seems to be failing in this very, very important responsibility of government, such that bandits, terrorists, whatever you call them, can just go to anywhere and adopt people, kill people, do whatsoever. Have we lost our sovereignty as a nation to protect the citizens of this country?
Thank you, Josh. What has really emerged here is that our security architecture and the prowess may not be up to the point that we need to combat this. Last Sunday, we laid our paper with what we call ungoverned areas. The trouble that Nigeria is going through by virtue of this, there are too many ungoverned areas in Nigeria. And nobody knows where this school was located. There are many places that there is no presence of government, no policeman. You will not see a policeman. You will travel kilometers in between states. Yet, you will not see any security personnel on the road, let alone in that community. So it is easy for bandits, for Boko Haram to overrun such places. And so if you are talking about being a sovereign state, you should be able to secure your territory. But we are not securing our territory. We hear how bandits, hundreds of them, will run on motorbikes. Nobody, they will not see one security person, no interception. So they will run and go to their target and operate safely and return safely. That is the problem we have. And this is not the first. And God helping us, we hope and we believe that this may be the last. But Donald Trump made a very valid point that Nigeria needs help. And we need help until we begin to come down from our high horse and accept that we have not the capacity to combat these things. Because if all that we are saying is about protecting ourselves verbally, and we are not doing this, what is expected of us, we cannot stop insecurity by word of mouth. There must be boot on ground to do these things. There must be action. And I expect that the federal government, the military, and all the categories of the security will begin to do something more than just talking. Because you can't tell me that 25 schoolgirls, when this thing happened in 2024,
in 2014,
in 2014,
yeah, the first one,
Lai Mohammed, then, when they were planning to take over government, I interviewed him. He said it didn't happen, that it was a gambit by the then sitting government to hoodwink the whole world. How is it that over 200 or something people, schoolgirls, do I know the hygienic implication of the thing? That in fact, out of 280 of them, that about 10, 20 of them will be on their distant terms. And who will be providing that? But it happened that those things happen. And it has been happening over and over again, even under the APC government. So nobody is blaming anybody for not being anybody. Let people not say that what is happening in the country is not real. Let us come clean. Let us say the truth. Where we need help, let us say we need help. So if there is any need for mercenaries, we should
go for it.
Go for it. Because what is happening, if it does not happen to you directly, you will think that you will not feel the pain. There are some parents there whose 2 or 3 children were involved. You put yourself in their shoes and know how it pains and how it pinches. So I am here saying that the government of the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu should do more than he's doing. And we must not continue to talk without action. Let them walk the talk. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, we must not continue to talk.
And we use this opportunity also to sympathize with the parents, the community, the schools, that this misfortune has befallen at this material point in time.
Thank you. But you made a statement. We must not continue to talk without action. Right? Chuka, what immediate action do you think that the government should take right now?
It is expected that government should be ready at any point in time to protect the citizens. And if the government is really, given the kind of investment we are told the government is making in fighting terrorism, this is the time to mobilize the troops and go after these terrorists and get the release of these children, so that everybody will have his peace, especially the parents of those children who were adopted. So the immediate action the government should take is to ensure that these children are released. And the way to go is to set forces in place, let there be action from those who are saddled with the responsibility of protecting the citizens.
Let me, before you round off, I know we are already out of time. Government should have that political will to punish those who are fanning the embers of this insecurity, no matter how highly they are played.
Yeah.
For instance, I don't see any reason that Sheikh Gumi will be making inflammatory statements, and the government is just looking at him. He's a Nigerian, he's a citizen, and he's not above the law. The government should go after him, because recently he said that the Christian people were burying empty coffins. Can you imagine how someone...
Very insensitive.
That is inciting and very insensitive also. So government should go all out to clamp down on those who are sponsoring this insecurity, for that matter. So nobody is above the government. So if they continue to treat them with kid gloves, these things will continue to fester.
All right, thank you so very much, gentlemen. I think we cannot say that loud enough. Government should do whatever it is that they can do to immediately ensure the release of these girls that have been adopted by the bandit. And of course, again, like you said, Zeb, those who are making inflammatory statements that are further worsening the situation in the country, I think the government should go after them. Nobody should be above the law, no matter how highly placed. I don't, like you said, I really don't see any reason why Sheikh Gumi will be making statements. And the government is just behaving as if
that he's above
this
the law.
man that even in Saudi Arabia is not allowed in. But in Nigeria, the guy is
it's all over. It's a law.
Yes, you can't be alone to yourself. It's as if government is afraid and it's untouchable. I mean, for those who are making the situation worse, I think that it's time that the government should take immediate action to ensuring that we don't continue in this mess. Well, thank you so very much, gentlemen, and thank you, viewers, for staying tuned. This is where we draw the curtain for today. Until we come again next week, please keep watching BusinessDay Television. My name is
a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
From clean power to digital innovation, Schneider has continued to power the growth of Nigeria's electricity and energy sector with some of the best and forward-thinking solutions across the continent. And today, Schneider is celebrating 25 years of impact here in Nigeria. And today, it's all about innovation, it's all about automation, and it's all about sustainability. Join me as I walk you through the conversations we'll be having right here today. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and this is where innovation happens.
I just heard here that we are deploying 100 megawatts solar across different states. And I think that conversation should be had basically with the discourse if we are going to make such investments viable. So I think that brings before the fact that more needs to be done in terms of collaboration.
At the heart of this year's event is a powerful theme: competitive advantage through automation and sustainability. For Schneider Electric, it's not just a slogan, it's a reflection of how the company has evolved over 25 years in Nigeria, helping industries improve efficiency and build smarter, more resilient systems.
In terms of automation and sustainability, these are probably two of the most important topics for businesses, not just in Nigeria, not just across Africa, but globally, right? We had seen the increased use of automation right from what we call Industry 3.0, and they started happening around the 80s with a lot more automation. And the idea behind the use of automation is, first of all, to drive efficiency, drive reliability and accuracy in business operations, and ultimately to produce for people to produce more, and to also do that at a lower cost. So automation was meant to drive efficiency, increase production, and also lower costs. But the second topic, which is sustainability, is something that has now become very important, maybe in the last 20, 30 years, particularly. Right, organizations and industries are now very, very conscious of how their activities impact the environment. Right, so a lot of the global organizations have committed to net zero, net zero goals, and we are talking to them and helping them achieve these goals. Some of the sectors that we cover, and most of the sectors actually have some kind of environmental impact. And what we are then doing and working with this sector is to ensure that we're supplying products that are environmentally friendly, products that are not contributing any parts, that do not have any negative impact to the environment, even in the process of production, right? And when you look at Schneider Electric, we've been named the most sustainable company in the whole world for the past 2 years by Time Magazine. So it's not something that we preach, it is something that we practice. And that is why our customers, our partners trust us. And that's why they continue to rely on us for sustainable solutions. So for us, automation and sustainability are key topics that are pertinent to our customers today, that are important to industries today, and will continue to remain relevant.
From manufacturing to energy, experts here agree that digital transformation is no longer a distant dream, it's a daily necessity. And as industries automate, the conversation around sustainability is taking center stage.
What stands out most for us is our ability to create an ecosystem of partners in the region, in Nigeria, to drive access to energy, to drive electrification, and to drive technology into homes, buildings, data centers, infrastructure, and industries. The biggest ambition of bringing access to energy to everyone, the innovation landscape in Nigeria, the vibrant community, and the strive towards technology, innovation, and electrification has kept us in a solid development mode. The level of partnership we have created in the country and the growth that we have seen in the country have been exceptional.
We've heard about the new act, you've heard about the mini good regulation. There are a number of regulations that support private sector investment and participation in the decentralized renewable energy space or interconnected mini grid space. Furthermore, with projects like the Nigeria Electrification Program and the DARES program funded by the World Bank and the African Development Bank. This is not free money. These are loan facilities provided by the World Bank and the African Development Bank, which we will have to pay back. That is, a significant step in the right direction in terms of understanding the need to provide incentives or grants to support private sector companies in coming in and deploying these solutions that are required to bridge the energy access gap.
I think for me, it shows success and it shows that things can actually get done in Nigeria. For a business, a global international business, to be in Nigeria for that long, that shows that something is going right in our country. A lot of companies struggle with making that investment decision as to whether to invest in Nigeria or not. But if a company like Schneider Electric can do business in this country with all of the challenges that it faces and still be successful, I think that speaks a lot to the type of market and economy that we have in our country.
The event also highlights the growing role of public-private partnerships in driving innovation, ensuring that policy aligns with technology and investment to deliver tangible results.
What we reward is what we get. I think there needs to be a lot of more focus on our universities such that we're able to support research and development, such that these technologies are built in country. That's one way we can reduce our exposure to the necessity, you understand, of external financing, because we have the market, we have the intellect, we have the resources, and I think we can make it happen.
You see, that's part of what I mentioned during the panel session, that one of the things we are missing out is the partnership between industry and our academia. I think we need to do a lot more in promoting real research that results in innovative products that can be taken to the market. So you need the enabling environment, but you need industry to work with academia, because every technology that is used probably starts from the academia and then it gets industrialized in terms of its utilization. So I think that's a bit where I think more can be done, such that we can have homegrown technology in the country. Yeah.
The policies government put in place to unlock gas is very important. It will help that reliability and sustainability. The second thing is about policy around the energy transition itself. We need to be very careful in the way we set up that policy, such that it will not stifle industry, it will encourage people to come in and invest. And the last thing for me is around security. Security is a very big issue for us in the oil and gas industry. Government is to find a way to sort out the security.
Schneider has been a very sustainable company, and today means a lot, given the fact that they are also celebrating their 25th anniversary. Schneider has been a partner with NLNG even before they came into Nigeria. So our first trains came into operation in 1999, and we've been partnering with Schneider on automation as we were designing those trains. So today for me is really a victory for not just Schneider but for Nigeria as a country, and for all the companies that are partnering with Schneider in Nigeria. Is victory for us today. And I do know that Schneider is going to do more going into the future.
25 years on, Schneider's story in Nigeria is one of consistency, collaboration, and commitment to innovation. As the company looks to the next 25 years, the hope is that automation and sustainability won't just be buzzwords, but the building blocks of a stronger, smarter Nigeria. It's been 25 years of innovation, of automation and sustainability here at Schneider Electric, and it was lovely to capture some of the voices and some of the people who have been a part of this story for 25 years. My name is Elizabeth Musa, reporting for Business Day Television.
watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is the news update reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio right here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, NCR leads gainers as ASI slips 0.12%. Nigerian stocks slow down amid signs of cooling after a historic 7 trillion naira plunge. FX reserves soared to $46.7 billion, 7-year high. And pension funds surged to 26 trillion naira. Thank you for joining us on News Updates. I am Deborah Eze. Now, reports reaching us right now is that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has postponed his scheduled trip to South Africa for the G20 Leaders Summit as he awaits further security briefings from Vice President Kashim Shettima on the kidnapped Kebbi girls and the attack on Christian Apostolic Church worshippers in Eruku, Kwara State. And away from that, Nigeria's stock market closed lower on Tuesday as the all-share index slipped to 144,986 points, down 0.12% from Monday's level. Market activity also cooled with volumes easing to 381 million shares and market value edging down to 92.2 trillion naira. Top gainers were NCR and UPL, rising 9.95% and 9.80%, while Living Trust and Mark Nicholas led the losers, shedding nearly 10%. Tantalizer topped the volume chart with almost 59 million shares traded, followed by Sterling Financial Holdings and Universal Insurance. Analysts say persistent weak sentiment continues to pressure the index, though a rebound in mid and large cap stocks could help the markets move back above the 150,000 mark in the near term. And in the same developments, Nigeria's stock market continues to pull back after a strong rally, losing over 7 trillion naira this month. Zenith Bank, UBA, Access Corp, and PZ dragged the market lower, while NCR gained and Tantalizer led trading volumes. Analysts say the drop reflects an overstretched market and heightened caution among investors. Volatility surged after proposed capital gains tax hikes sparked panic selling, the steepest single-day drop since 2010. Geopolitical tensions, inflation, and foreign portfolio exits are also weighing on sentiment. Despite the downturn, analysts see a rebound towards 150,000 points next year, with opportunities in undervalued banking and insurance stocks and Nigeria's non-oil growth supporting long-term optimism. And also, Nigeria's foreign exchange reserves have climbed to $46.7 billion, their highest level since 2018. CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso, represented by Deputy Governor Muhammad Abdullahi, attributed the rise to improved oil receipts, stronger balance of payments inflows, and renewed foreign investor participation. Cardoso said the stronger reserves have helped stabilize the naira, adding that ongoing reforms have supported 7 months of disinflation, with headline inflation dropping to 16.05% in October. The governor highlighted reforms in monetary policy and progress towards inflation targeting as key drivers of the economic turnaround. The reserve boost follows Nigeria's recent $2.35 billion Euro bond issuance, which helped lift reserves to their 7-year high. And up ahead, Pension funds soar to 26 trillion naira. We'll bring you more details after this timeout. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to the news updates. And still on the Nigeria scene, Nigeria's pension assets grew by 22.03% year on year, rising by over 4.71 trillion naira to 26.09 trillion naira as of September 2025. The growth was driven largely by pension fund administrators' increased investment in federal government securities, which now accounts for about 60% of total assets and expanded by roughly 3 trillion naira within the year. Pension funds also boosted their exposure to the equities market, with domestic ordinary shares rising by about 1.6 trillion naira. RSA membership climbed to 10.9 million, supported by stronger compliance and adoption of the revamped personal pension plan targeted at informal sector workers. Speaking at the Pension Correspondents Association conference, PENCOM DG Omolola Olowororon said the micro-pension framework remains vital to addressing the country's huge pension gap, noting that 70 to 80 million informal workers still lack structured retirement savings. And moving on, All On, an investment company focused on expanding energy access for off-grid communities, announced an additional $250,000 investment in ICE Solar Commercial Power Limited. The follow-on funding, which builds on its initial 2021 investment, is aimed at helping the company deploy more intelligent solar and battery systems for small and medium-sized enterprises. ICE Solar, providing energy solutions that enable SMEs to switch to reliable power, noted that even with Nigeria's SME sector accounting for 96.9% of businesses and 46.3% of GDP, many struggle with unreliable electricity. CEO of All One, Caroline Ebobom, said the access to reliable energy is critical for SMEs, describing them as the backbone of Nigeria's economy. ICE Solar CEO Emmanuel Ekweme also said the new funding will help the company scale solutions for over 2,000 SMEs and support Nigeria's clean energy transition. Away from that story, 3 ISPs, Spectranet, Starlink, and Fiber One, now control 65% of Nigeria's active market. NCC data shows of 224 registered ISPs, only 133 remain active, leaving smaller operators struggling to compete. Spectranet remains the largest ISP with just under 100,000 active customers, though its numbers have declined for 2 consecutive quarters. Starlink is closing the gap with over 66,000 users, while Fiber One maintains third place at 37,000. Experts warn Nigeria's broadband goes at risk as many ISPs disappear. These providers are vital for connecting businesses, schools, and hospitals, yet lack of supportive policies threaten their survival. Executives call for government support and hybrid model, noting mobile network alone cannot meet demand. Supporting ISPs is key to achieving the national broadband plan's 70% coverage target by 2025. And still on, ex-workers and retirees of First Bank of Nigeria have appealed to the management of the bank to pay their outstanding pension arrears and allowances. The retirees, who staged a protest on Wednesday morning at the Broad Street, Lagos head office of the First Generation Bank, alleged that notwithstanding a paltry sum of 15,000 naira a month, they were still being owed. They also alleged that as little as 30,000 naira was being paid to them as medical allowance per year, an amount they claimed was grossly inadequate as it can't pay their medical bills. The pensioners appealed to the management of the bank to come to their aid by settling all their outstanding pension arrears and allowances. The management of the bank could not be immediately reached to react to the retirees' allegations.
500 naira daily as pension and 2,500 naira medical monthly, which is 30,000 naira per annum. We cried, we pleaded, we negotiated, they refused to listen to us. So that is why we said, well, when we cry louder, probably we did not cry loud. So when we cry louder to the world, not Nigerian press alone, to the international community, First Bank called us for meetings, called us for negotiation. At the middle of it, they abandoned us. So they are trying to ridicule, they've already ridiculed us in the presence of our members. Our members who are not here today, they were listening us that we have sabotaged, we have taken money from First Bank, which is not it. And that is why you are hearing us now. And we will continue to cry. This week is a week of protest. Next week, nationwide, it's an additional week. Another week next week. I need to go outside. We are going global. We are going global. We have tentacles too, globally. But because we don't want the bank to die, because we use our sweat to work for this bank, and retire meritoriously. Look at what the bank is paying us. They refuse to pay us. Honestly, 500 naira per day, going to 50,000 per month. What are we going to do with that? Take 50,000 naira to the market. They will come back with change. So we beg them to settle us. We have worked, we have suffered. Some of us are not even working again. Some are going to stroke because there's no money to take care. We save our soul. Let us save our soul.
Still to come, Eswatini received $5.1 million to accept U.S. deputies. Minister. This and more after this commercial break.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we
brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Head to Africa, where Eswatini is confirmed receiving $5.1 million from the United States under a little-known agreement to accept third country nationals deported by the Trump administration. Finance Minister Neil acknowledged the payment on Tuesday, but declined to discuss the terms, saying the deal was handled by the Prime Minister and that he only became aware of it afterward. The secrecy around the arrangement has prompted lawsuits from human rights lawyers who argue the government acted unconstitutionally. Eswatini is among several African countries, including South Sudan, Ghana, and Rwanda, that agreed to take in deportees as part of the U.S. immigration crackdown. So far, at least 15 deportees from countries such as Vietnam, Cuba, and Laos, Yemen, and the Philippines have been transferred to Eswatini. All are currently detained except one who has since been repatriated to Jamaica. And Kenya is targeting a budget deficit of 4.9% of GDP for the 2026-27 fiscal year, keeping it close to the government's 4.8% deficit forecast for the current financial year. That's according to a senior finance ministry official who spoke on Wednesday. The government continues to navigate heavy debt repayment after a decade of increased borrowing to fund major infrastructure projects. Authorities say they're trying to maintain a fiscal consolidation path while still raising enough revenue to cover essential spending and meet debt obligations. To bridge the budget gap, Kenya plans to secure 241.8 billion shillings in net external financing, equivalent to about $1.86 billion and 775.8 billion shillings in net domestic financing. The exchange rate stands at 129.75 Kenyan shillings to the US dollar. And now to the foreign scene. Global markets extended their losses on Wednesday, with shares falling for a fifth straight session amid growing concerns over high AI-related valuations. Investors remained cautious ahead of key Nvidia earnings and U.S. jobs data due this week. On Wall Street, the Nasdaq slipped 1.2%, its second consecutive decline, pushing the index more than 6% below its late October record high. Futures for both the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq 100 were largely flat in early European trade. In Europe, the Stoxx 600 dipped 0.2%, extending its pullback to 4% from last week's record level. In Asia, Japan's Nikkei closed to 0.34% lower, with November losses now at 7% in US dollar terms. Meanwhile, the MSCI All World Index edged down 0.1%, marking its fifth straight day of declines, the longest losing streak since August. And Indian seafood exporters jumped as much as 11% on Wednesday after media reports said China plans to suspend imports from Japan, a move that could divert global demand towards suppliers like India. The potential boost comes at a crucial time for the sector, which has been under pressure from steep US tariffs. The United States remains India's largest seafood market, supplying major retailers such as Walmart and Kroger. India exported 7.4 billion US dollar worth of seafood last year, with shrimp making up 40% of total shipment. Analysts say exporters have been actively seeking to diversify markets due to tariff challenges, and any new demand will be a welcome positive. Shares of major shrimp producer Avanti Feeds surged 11%, marking the strongest intra-trade rise in over 2 months. Coastal Corporation, which previously announced plans to expand exports, also traded higher on the news. And up next is sport news after this break. Just stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome back to the news update. We now head to sports, where Scotland have qualified for the World Cup for the first time since 1998 after a dramatic 4-2 win over Denmark. Scott McTominay opened with a stunning bicycle kick before Denmark equalized through a VAR-awarded penalty. With the Danes down to 10 men, Lawrence Shankland restored Scotland's lead, only for Patrick Dogo to level again. In stoppage time, Kieran Tierney and Kenny McLean struck late to secure the victory and send Scotland to the tournament. And to end the news, Wales produced a scintillating performance on Tuesday, crushing North Macedonia 7-1 in Cardiff, their biggest win in 47 years. As captain Harry Wilson scored a superb hat-trick to secure a home playoff for next year's World Cup. With their playoff spots already confirmed and little chance of Belgium slipping in the group, Wales focused on building momentum and avoiding a top-seeded opponent in March semi-finals. They struck early with Wilson converting a penalty before David Brooks added a deflected second. North Macedonia briefly threatened after Bojan capitalized on a defensive lapse, but Brennan Johnson's brilliant scoring finish restored Wales control, and from there, Craig Bellamy's side dominated. And that's the much we have for you on news updates at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Yes, it is BDTV, Business Day Television, and this is Industry Focus, where we give you updates on various industries, yes, both local and international. Talking about home and abroad, be it whatever it is that you know is necessary to push across different industries. So here we identify the unpromised and give you that which you need. Remember this, problems are what they are, but right here we solve them. Several industries we talk about, its economy, of course, business values, and also how it affects the GDP of Nigeria and lives of Nigerians across Africa relative to the rest of the world. This is Industry Focus, most definitely. So let me quickly run you through 4 segments that will keep you locked right here on Business Day Television. First and foremost, we'll come through with our quotes of the day, since we're talking film distribution in Nigerian movie industry and how it affects Africa. And secondly, we do have a captain's opinion with our guest, Norway Alexis Shegun Ojo. You get to find out exactly why she's a key person when it comes to film in distribution and, of course, also movies and a whole lot of other stuff. You want to find out the creative sector. She will join us also. Then right there, we'll talk about the challenges of film industry in Nigerian movie industry, most definitely. Then deal or no deal, we hear the federal government is doing some great stuff to push across the creative sector. You got to find out exactly what we have. After that, most definitely, we'll be coming through with retrospect, all this coming your way, so don't change it. I am Onyeka Valentine. This is Industry Focus. We'll be right back. Business Television. Welcome back. Industry Focus. We haven't changed anything. Business Day Television, Onyeka Valentine is my name. Yes, let's quickly give you the quote of the day. I've got 2. Like they say, when something is nice, you better play it twice. I've got 2 quotes for you, and this one goes this way. Number 1 says, successful producers begin every film with distribution in mind. That's one. The second one goes, most films get distributed, right? But few ever get the views they deserve. I'm going to ask my guest about that if she agrees or not. All right, she's in the building already with me. So I take it again. Number 1, it says, right, successful producers begin every film with distribution in mind. That's 1. 2, most films get distributed, but few ever get views they deserve. With that in mind, let me jump straight up to my guest. Let me break it down so you know who I have in the studio, so you don't miss anything for the world. About my guest, Norway Alexis Shegun Ojo is the general manager of distribution and marketing for Nile Entertainment, with over 13 years of experience in public relations, brand strategy. She was previously, the group PR and communication manager for Filmhouse Group at the time. That was in the past, right? Her current role involves expanding African content globally. She's also a mother of two, a fantastic mother at that, and a volunteer who is passionate about leadership and impact, talking about taking our local content to the world. Nowhere, Alexis Shegumojo. Welcome to the studio.
I had to look back
to be sure.
To figure out, am I the person you're speaking on?
Well,
yes, thank you. I'm very, very excited to be here at BDTV.
Right.
And you've been doing such a great job being a host. Well done.
Thank you. You're welcome. Your career so far has been awesome, that we know. But again, it is film, distribution, entertainment, production. Very quickly, why that first and foremost before we jump into the other hard part?
Your other hard part.
Right.
Why film distribution? Why not?
Okay.
Why not? But in all honesty, it wasn't a path that I had necessarily carved out for myself. I think by proxy with what I was already doing is how the opportunity came about. And when it came about, I just felt like it was, it was a good fit with what I already do or did with marketing, right? Now that I know what I know, I joke around that I am a baby distributor, but I've been over a year now and I can walk. So being here, I know that, I'm coming with a new perspective, especially merging marketing and distribution.
Right.
Because distribution is marketing, right? It's very simple. You want your product to be distributed across whatever channels. It's not rocket science. So when you understand the 1, 2, 3s and the ABCs, and then you now try to be innovative with what strategy in marketing, it was a very good fit, so I'll give it up to, she knows herself. She's watching currently. I'll give it up to her for identifying. I call her like one of the best HR managers for identifying that this is a good path for me. And so far so good, I don't regret it.
So far so good, you don't regret it.
I do not.
Your path, and put a great smile on your face all through, so relax, put down your hair. But we're talking about the industry itself.
Okay.
And like they say, money, it's a different world. You can't talk about business without talking about the money aspect.
Yes.
Which is why industry focuses on how, that industry adds value to the GDP, grows the economy. But we'll bring some fun to it, right? So our listeners and our viewers want to know, number one question here is about piracy issue, right? How do you deal with this? Now they say, and this one was said from one of our viewers, says, piracy has been a historic nightmare for Hollywood.
Yeah.
With shifts to digital, how has the nature of piracy evolved, and what innovative strategies are filmmakers now using to protect their work and revenue in the online space?
Wow, you went right into it. You didn't even give me time to breathe. I'm just coming. Take tea.
You can see on TV there. See, some of our journalists went out to capture some certain stuff there.
Yes, I can see that. So yes, you're right. It has been a harrowing challenge for Nollywood for many years. Piracy has not changed. Piracy has just evolved.
Right.
It has evolved from physical to digital. Yes, so physical, where I can see your TV right now, you had DVDs, they're selling on the street, and it has evolved to digital, where platforms are being platforms like Telegrams. We've had Telegram platforms where people have uploaded films illegally. You have online platforms that are uploading films illegally. But as distributors and as filmmakers, because I call myself, because I'm in the ecosystem, we try to protect the producer by watermarking our products. We also have a cinema, I would say, like a scheduled release, like a particular release. And by that I mean you want your audience to almost understand film distribution in the most basic way. So they know that when this film comes out, it's going to come to cinema. It's like a scheduled release window. It's going to come to cinema. It's going to be in cinemas for 8 weeks, 5 to whatever amount of weeks. And then after that, it's going to go to X streamer, right? So when you give them that, you're not leaving room for piracy. Well, you can't, we haven't eradicated it. We're trying our best. But when you give the audience some sort of consistency and what to expect, you know, they kind of already know what is expected, and they might not be too much in a hurry to go to those other platforms. Another thing that we as Nile, we have done is that we have partnered with something or platform called DG Guardians. So DG Guardians is a digital monitoring platform that tracks and monitors illegal uploads in real time. So what that means in real time, it's revolutionary.
That is the big kick
in real
for
time.
those
I promise you. So what happens is the last time we've had just one issue, thankfully, in this year with all the products that we have distributed, and when we reached out to our partners, it was taken down in less than an hour. That is something that has never happened before. However, on the audience side, I think that we have a battle of perception. Right? We have to let them know that, you know, when you take someone's film, you're taking a producer's blood, sweat, and tears. You're stealing content from them. And not just that, you're taking the much needed finances from the economy. That's from the audience perspective. Now, from our perspective as exhibitors, as distributors, as streamers, we have to make the products available and accessible, much more accessible than the pirate platforms. So the onus is on us as exhibitors, cinemas. How much are your products? How much are the tickets? Is it too expensive? Can you, you know, can you figure out the price point? Can you bring it down? Because we've seen that from Cinema Day that happened in Nigeria, where you had to sell tickets for 2,000 naira. It was a 140% like upscale in admissions.
140%.
So the Saturday before, we had 7,000 plus admissions, and after Cinema Day we had 18,000 plus admissions. So what that means is that people want to watch these films, but it's too expensive. And also streaming platforms, your subscription fees, how much is it? And which is why we're proud to be consulting with StreamPay, another platform, a local streaming platform, from the onset of, you know, our international streamers being a little bit too slow, you know, just, you know, going out of the market a little bit. So we have local platforms like StreamPay that we've partnered with that are doing some really amazing things. We can talk about that much data. Oh God, I'm really excited. There's so much. There's too much.
So much to talk about. All right, let's talk. You see, like they say, when something is quite interesting, give it some air to it. So we bring that air, right? And make sure that people don't see it to be uptight, rather more, you know, innovative and educative. So next question here, and this one is quite, we kind of hit some more. It says here, and these are our viewers who obviously want to know about this thing. So they ask questions. They say, look, based on the pathways, or better still, the data and transparency. Now, let's go there because of time. It says many filmmakers complain about lack of transparency in reporting. Now, how can a producer truly know how many times his film, right, was streamed, or how many DVDs were sold as an international distributor that you are? We see the statistics there, right, that shows, you know, movie cinemas in Nigeria, 2024, right? It says 18 Nigerian states have cinemas, with Lagos accounting for 54.8%. Meaning to say Lagos is the hub. Right. So the question is, how can they be able to track to say, okay, I'm moving out, but I'm not making money. My distributor, what do we do? Right? How can you help them?
Your audience is very intelligent, and they're very curious, and I love the questions you're throwing at us. We've at Nile, I mean, I dare say that this is somewhat standardized, but I'm going to be speaking from a Nile entertainment perspective. At Nile, we send reports twice weekly, on Mondays and on Fridays. So we send like the weekend report, what your film has done on the weekend, and then, you know, during the entire...
That's your crew.
Yeah.
On
My
TV.
bosses during the entire week.
Okay.
And with platforms like ComScore, where you can track box office performances, you know, it's a little bit easier for the cinema part of things, for us to tell you these are the numbers. And the numbers are real, because we still have a lot of doubts and people saying these numbers are not real. But guess what? If you report wrong numbers, you're committing fraud. You can't be arrested.
Right.
How can you? So every single number you see out there when it comes to cinema releases is real. Because if you as a distributor are announcing that you have made 100 million naira plus in cinemas, you're going to have to split that amount with your exhibitors. You're going to split that amount, and the producers are going to hold you accountable. But why are you giving me X amount when you said you made X amount in cinemas, right? Of course, there's a splitting formula, so we're not going to go into that. However, those numbers are real. If they are not real, they will arrest every single one of us for false, you know, for putting out false numbers.
All this, I didn't know. Because I didn't know, right? And some people had no idea. But the good thing is that, you know, we're able to follow through to get this full detail.
Right. Sorry, pardon me. One more thing I have to say about data transparency is, because I just spoke on the cinema part of things, right? For distribution, you have a cinema theatrical release, and then you might move to streaming, right? For sometimes, most of the time. Now, we do have challenges with the producers really knowing how their content is performing online. Of course, we have platforms like YouTube, but you know, that's YouTube. But in terms of streamers, we have a partner called StreamPay. And what is revolutionary about StreamPay is the fact that there is an actual dashboard that you as a producer, you have access to. You can see in real time what your content is doing. And the USP of this all is the fact that you see how much your film has made and you can actually cash out instantly. Pausing.
Cash out instantly, because we're all about the money. BusinessDay television. We try to follow the money to know how do people make money, how can we help to grow the industry, hence the name Industry Focus. All right, in case you are still with us, which I know you are, and you are in doubt, we're speaking with, you know, the formidable Noah Alexis Shegun Ojo. She is someone you want to say the go-to person when it comes to film distribution in Nigeria. Talking about Nile Entertainment, and she's doing great stuff, which is why she's here. Before we run away, because of time, our next segment here, they talk about, so they say the government has this thing they're working on. That was last month, right? And the plan is to help movie producers, help distributors, people like you and every other person who's within your ecosystem, to begin to say, look, you know what, we want to upscale. So government wants to pump in money. And that was last year they said it. But the question is, are they pulling through? Do you really think that it's going to be a good deal? Let me just read it out so you know. It says, last month, the federal government, you know, reaffirmed it, and we have a video for that. There was the Minister of Culture, right? Said, last month, the federal government, you know, reaffirmed its commitment to strengthen policy frameworks that's how on TV, right? That is supposed to create room for collaboration and drive socio-economic growth within the nation's film industry. Now, that's Minister of Arts and Culture, right? And Creative Economy, right? That's Hanatu Musawa, right? She made that's how on TV. You know, she actually dropped that last month. But the question is, are we beginning to feel that so far? Do you think it's a good deal or is it no deal?
I think Minister Hanatu is, for the first time in the entertainment industry, we're getting a lot of attention. So everything.
Are you saying it's the best time for us to smile? Go ahead.
For the first time, you know, we haven't received this much attention in a long time. The ministry really puts their money where their mouth is. We see a lot of moves they're making, both from our end and even other stakeholders in the industry. They support, you know, even if it's presence physically. I'll give just a random example. At Cannes, for instance, you know, for the first time, we had a pavilion and where, you know, she was just selling Nigerian content to the world. I know for a fact that based on the Netflix challenges, she and a couple of other stakeholders traveled, to have like a round discussion, like what is going on with Netflix. That really shows how involved she is. And I have nothing ill to say about Minister Hannah too. She's really putting in the work. I just wish that there were more tax reforms, because we're taxed heavily, withholding tax, entertainment tax, VAT. So if they are able to, if that's one thing that they can do for the industry, I feel like we'll all feel it in our bottom lines.
So it's a good deal.
It's a good deal.
It's a good deal. I'm going to shake your hand here and say it's a good deal. So my viewers get to know that, okay, I've got to know that there's a good deal.
As is Minister Hannah too behind the wheels, I'm so confident that she's going to make it happen.
Confident to make it happen? Most definitely. We can't even emphasize it even more. This is making more sense than I even expected. I must say you're doing so well on the show with all your information. You took your time to really grill the whole thing properly. So you come out
grilling me like I'm like, what do I know? What am I saying?
But I think you're on point with it. Before we leave the studio, we want to know some very quick ones, and these are our viewers want to find out. Okay. That we know you have new projects coming up. All right. And we know you said something about some real play thing you guys are working on. So we want to know, what are your new projects, and more importantly, how as a professional do you see film industry from your own angle, creating value and upping our GDP, making Nigeria better? Three things I asked now.
Yes.
One, what's happening, your new project coming up, and then of course, what's the plan to help, make Nigeria better with what you guys do at Nile Entertainment?
So we have quite a bit of projects. We don't have the time to.
That's your TV. You're doing a presentation over there.
That was the launch of Now Group.
Okay, go ahead.
We do not have the time to really go into detail. However, I'll speak on two things. We have a film coming up, Son of the Soil. It's a fantastic film. We won Audience Choice Awards.
Son of the Soil?
Yes, please.
Okay.
We won Audience Choice Awards in Afrif. That is coming out this Friday, so go watch it. But one of the projects that is really, really important to me and close to my heart is Real Play. And
how does that add value to Nigeria?
I'll explain. So if I explain what Real Play is, and then you can understand the value we add to the creative economy, especially with the youth, right? So we have a lot. This is our response to the youth and filmmakers that are always saying, what are you going to do for us? You distributors don't do anything for us. You're always taking. How are we going to be in cinemas when we don't have the money or the budget for the P&A? And so what we decided to do was to go into partnership with Now Cinemas and have the cost of the P&A subsidized by Now Foundation. So if you are a filmmaker and you've put your films in festivals, or you've shot something that you think is big screen worthy, or you want people to really see this content that you have created, then bring your film to Nile Entertainment. And we're going to give you that opportunity to put your films in cinemas. Not only that, it's going to be a cinema incubator.
Cinema incubator, we have all the time. I mean, we should invite you to companies part of the cinema. You say, the movie industry is so big and wide, and you have everything on all packed and ready to give to us.
Yeah.
We want to thank you because of time. We should continue back to back because of time. We have to run away. But before we go away, we do have retrospect, which I'm going to have to read out soon. Now, for people who don't know, right, they forget so soon that there was a history, right? There's history that follows through that makes Nollywood and Nigerian movie industry make sense. So this one comes with what what we call our own research comes through. Our research team says Nigerian cinema distribution, right, is strikingly uneven, with Lagos emerging as undisputed hub, hosting 114 out of the country's 206 cinemas. It says this means more than half, 54.8% of Nigeria's cinemas are in Lagos alone. This dominance highlights a state's strong cultural, economic, and entertainment appeal, making it the go-to destination for film enthusiasts and industry players. Do you agree with this?
Oh yeah, 100%.
As a research.
I agree with you, but I think the research, I think the numbers of cinemas have gone up a little bit.
Okay.
The numbers probably close to 300 now.
300.
It's still not enough to cater to the 200 plus million people we have in Nigeria. But it's a little bit more than 200 and something. I don't remember. I saw that over 300.
300.
And we are second only to South Africa with the highest amount of screens in Africa.
Boom.
Yes, so we can't do more, we need more, but this is why we need government support.
This is why we need government support.
Yeah.
Before we go, any last parting words for the government, for people back at home watching, those who are creative minds and they really want to get movies out there, they don't know who to talk to, you're here. In 20 seconds.
Right, just keep creating.
That camera, I think, is yours. The one in the middle is yours.
Okay. Right, to the creators, keep creating no matter how difficult the road is, no matter how challenging it is. Keep putting out stories, don't let your stories live in your chest. At Nile Entertainment, we're here to receive those stories and to just show them to the world. And to producers, the big shot producers, continue doing what you're doing. It looks like we're contributing not as much to GDP yet, but if we keep coming together as a unit, I think that will really take this industry forward.
Take the industry forward. Thank you again, Noe, for gracing our wonderful studio. Hopefully we'll call you again. You wouldn't run away. Say that, the last time was too hard. It should be easy now. Right? Thank you so much for joining us. We want to see you some other time, most definitely. All right, so those at home, we hope that you've been able to get one or two and you've gotten those information that you need to really want to kickstart your creative journey. If it's in the film industry or maybe you are in the music industry or entertainment. But like they say, if something is great, better do it twice. That is why next week, Tuesday, we'll come back to you again with this show, Industry Focus. It has been wonderful for those of you who missed out. We had Noe, Alexis, Shegun Ojo as our wonderful guest, giving you everything that you need and explaining to you why distribution in Nigeria will help the movie industry become even bigger. From me, BusinessDay Television, see you tomorrow. Bye-bye for now.
From clean power to digital innovation, Schneider has continued to power the growth of Nigeria's electricity and energy sector with some of the best and forward-thinking solutions across the continent. And today, Schneider is celebrating 25 years of impact here in Nigeria. And today, it's all about innovation, it's all about automation, and it's all about sustainability. Join me as I walk you through the conversations we'll be having right here today. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and this is where innovation happens.
I just heard here that we are deploying 100 megawatts solar across different states. And I think that conversation should be had basically with the discourse if we are going to make such investments viable. So I think that brings before the fact that more needs to be done in terms of collaboration.
At the heart of this year's event is a powerful theme: competitive advantage through automation and sustainability. For Schneider Electric, it's not just a slogan, it's a reflection of how the company has evolved over 25 years in Nigeria, helping industries improve efficiency and build smarter, more resilient systems.
In terms of automation and sustainability, these are probably two of the most important topics for businesses, not just in Nigeria, not just across Africa, but globally, right? We had seen the increased use of automation right from what we call Industry 3.0, and they started happening around the 80s with a lot more automation. And the idea behind the use of automation is, first of all, to drive efficiency, to drive reliability and accuracy in business operations, and ultimately to produce for people to produce more, and to also do that at a lower cost. So automation was meant to drive efficiency, increase production, and also lower costs. But the second topic, which is sustainability, is something that has now become very important, maybe in the last 20, 30 years, particularly. Right, organizations and industries are now very, very conscious of how their activities impact the environment, right? So a lot of the global organizations have committed to net zero, net zero goals, and we are talking to them and helping them achieve these goals. Some of the sectors that we cover, and most of the sectors actually have some kind of environmental impact. And what we are then doing and working with this sector is to ensure that we're supplying products that are environmentally friendly, products that are not contributing any parts, that do not have any negative impact to the environment, even in the process of production, right? And when you look at Schneider Electric, we've been named the most sustainable company in the whole world for the past 2 years by Time Magazine. So it's not something that we preach, it is something that we practice. And that is why our customers, our partners trust us. And that's why they continue to rely on us for sustainable solutions. So for us, automation and sustainability are key topics that are pertinent to our customers today, that are important to industries today, and will continue to remain relevant.
From manufacturing to energy, experts here agree that digital transformation is no longer a distant dream, it's a daily necessity. And as industries automate, the conversation around sustainability is taking center stage.
What stands out most for us is our ability to create an ecosystem of partners in the region, in Nigeria, to drive access to energy, to drive electrification, and to drive technology into homes, buildings, data centers, infrastructure, and industries. The biggest ambition of bringing access to energy to everyone, the innovation landscape in Nigeria, the vibrant community, and the strive towards technology, innovation, and electrification has kept us in a solid development mode. The level of partnership we have created in the country and the growth that we have seen in the country have been exceptional.
We've heard about the new act, you've heard about the mini good regulation. There are a number of regulations that support private sector investment and participation in the decentralized renewable energy space or interconnected mini grid space. Furthermore, with projects like the Nigeria Electrification Program and the DARES program funded by the World Bank and the African Development Bank, this is not free money. These are loan facilities provided by the World Bank and the African Development Bank, which we will have to pay back. That is, a significant step in the right direction in terms of understanding the need to provide incentives or grants to support private sector companies in coming in and deploying these solutions that are required to bridge the energy access gap.
I think for me, it shows success and it shows that things can actually get done in Nigeria. For a business, a global international business, to be in Nigeria for that long, that shows that something is going right in our country. A lot of companies struggle with making that investment decision as to whether to invest in Nigeria or not. But if a company like Schneider Electric can do business in this country with all of the challenges that it faces and still be successful, I think that speaks a lot to the type of market and economy that we have in our country.
The event also highlights the growing role of public-private partnerships in driving innovation, ensuring that policy aligns with technology and investment to deliver tangible results.
What we reward is what we get. I think there needs to be a lot of more focus on our universities such that we're able to support research and development, such that these technologies are built in country. That's one way we can reduce our exposure to the necessity, you understand, of external financing, because we have the market, we have the intellect, we have the resources, and I think we can make it happen.
You see, that's part of what I mentioned during the panel session, that one of the things we're missing out is the partnership between industry and our academia. I think we need to do a lot more in promoting real research that results in innovative products that can be taken to the market. So you need the enabling environment, but you need industry to work with academia, because every technology that is used probably starts from the academia and then it gets industrialized in terms of its utilization. So I think that's a bit where I think more can be done, such that we can have homegrown technology in the country. Yeah.
The policies government put in place to unlock gas is very important. It will help that reliability and sustainability. The second thing is about policy around the energy transition itself. We need to be very careful in the way we set up that policy, such that it will not stifle industry, it will encourage people to come in and invest. And the last thing for me is around security. Security is a very big issue for us in the oil and gas industry. Government is to find a way to sort out the security.
Schneider has been a very sustainable company, and today means a lot, given the fact that they are also celebrating their 25th anniversary. Schneider has been a partner with NLNG even before they came into Nigeria. So our first trains came into operation in 1999, and we've been partnering with Schneider on automation as we were designing those trains. So today for me is really a victory for not just Schneider but for Nigeria as a country, and for all the companies that are partnering with Schneider in Nigeria. Is victory for us today. And I do know that Schneider is going to do more going into the future.
25 years on, Schneider's story in Nigeria is one of consistency, collaboration, and commitment to innovation. As the company looks to the next 25 years, the hope is that automation and sustainability won't just be buzzwords, but the building blocks of a stronger, smarter Nigeria. It's been 25 years of innovation, of automation, and sustainability here at Schneider Electric, and it was lovely to capture some of the voices and some of the people who have been a part of this story for 25 years. My name is Elizabeth Musa, reporting for Business Day Television.